democrata, brasileiro na batata é que tem valor. Madame diz que a raça não melhora, que a vida piora por causa do samba. Madame diz que o samba tem pecado, que o samba, coitado, devia acabar. Madame diz que o samba tem cachaça, mistura de raça, mistura de cor. Madame diz que o samba democrata é música barata sem nenhum valor. Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? No carnaval que vem também concorro, meu bloco de morro vai cantar ópera. E na avenida entre mil apertos vocês vão ver gente cantando concerto. Madame tem um parafuso a menos, só fala veneno. Meu Deus, que horror! O samba brasileiro democrata, brasileiro na batata é que tem valor. Madame diz que a raça não melhora, que a vida piora por causa do samba. Madame diz que o samba tem pecado, que o samba, coitado, devia acabar. Madame diz que o samba tem cachaça, mistura de raça, mistura de cor. Madame diz que o samba democrata é música barata sem nenhum valor. Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? No carnaval que vem também concorro, meu bloco de morro vai cantar ópera. E na avenida entre mil apertos vocês vão ver gente cantando concerto. Madame tem um parafuso a menos, só fala veneno. Meu Deus, que horror! O samba brasileiro democrata, brasileiro na batata é que tem valor. Madame diz que a raça não melhora, que a vida piora por causa do samba. Madame diz que o samba tem pecado, que o samba, coitado, devia acabar. Madame diz que o samba tem cachaça, mistura de raça, mistura de cor. Madame diz que o samba democrata é música barata sem nenhum valor. Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? Vamos acabar com o samba. Madame não gosta que ninguém sambe. Vive dizendo que samba é vexame. Pra que discutir com madame? Carnaval que vem também concorro, meu bloco de morro vai cantar ópera. E na avenida entre mil apertos vocês vão ver gente cantando concerto. Madame tem um parafuso a menos, só fala veneno. Meu Deus, que horror! O samba brasileiro democrata, brasileiro na batata é que tem valor.
Tempo em que vou perguntando se gostas de mim. Tempo de falar em estrelas, falar de um mar, de um céu assim. Falar do bem que se tem, mas você não vem, não vem. Você não vindo, não vindo, a vida tem fim. gente se rindo, falando, zombando de mim. E eu a falar em estrelas, mar, amor, luar. Pobre de mim que só sei te amar.
Amigo, se andas triste, vai pra uma brincadeira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se é por falta de dinheiro, te dou trabalho na feira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se teu caso é mulher, tem a Maria Moreira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Ela gosta é de ti e é uma mulata faceira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se te dou esse conselho, é pra tu sair dessa asneira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. O amor é muito bonito e ele não tem pasmaceira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Portanto, não bota fora a tua alegria brejeira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Vai viver a tua vida, que ela é breve e passageira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se você não quer, tem quem queira. Se
pensamento está preso àquele carnaval. Volto a pisar este chão, enceno um drama banal. Tento refazer a trama, mas o desfecho é igual. E você, será que canta calada aquele frevo axé que não me deixa dormir? Ou terá perdido a fé no que ficou prometido, sem nos falarmos sequer, meu amor? Ando na praça vazia, espero o sol se pôr. Vejo o clarão se extinguir por trás da mão do poeta. Nosso amor não vai sumir. Vejo onde a gente se achou. Estrelas já vão luzir na noite da Bahia Preta. Queria tanto você aqui. Que fazer? E você, será que canta calada aquele frevo axé que não me deixa dormir? Ou terá perdido a fé no que ficou prometido, sem nos falarmos sequer, meu amor? Ando na praça vazia, espero o sol se pôr. Vejo o clarão se extinguir por trás da mão do poeta. Nosso amor não vai sumir. Vejo onde a gente se achou. Estrelas já vão luzir na noite da Bahia Preta. Queria tanto você aqui. Estrelas já vão luzir na noite da Bahia Preta. Queria tanto você aqui. Que fazer?
Te esperei na lua crescer, brincadeira boa, sentei, espirrei na tua, gripei, por ficar ao léu, resfriei. Você me agradou, me acertou, me miseravou, me aqueceu, me rasgou a roupa e valeu, e jurou conversas de Deus. Arranjo, arranjo, arranjo.
Bom dia. Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Sejam muito bem-vindos ao Summit Valor Econômico Brasil e USA. Eu sou Maria Fernanda Delmas, sou diretora de redação do Valor Econômico e é uma satisfação enorme receber todos vocês nesse evento que, além de marcar a Semana do Brasil em Nova York, celebra os 200 anos de relações diplomáticas entre Brasil e Estados Unidos e abre também as comemorações dos 25 anos do Valor Econômico, que acontecerá em maio do ano que vem. Hoje vamos discutir temas-chave, como as relações comerciais entre Brasil e Estados Unidos, o efeito dos juros nos mercados mundiais, o impacto das eleições americanas no Brasil, a energia verde como alavanca de investimentos e o futuro do agronegócio. Para isso, contaremos com a participação de autoridades, líderes executivos, especialistas, pesquisadores e investidores de ambos os países. Também teremos uma manhã de solidariedade ao povo gaúcho. Diante da tragédia das enchentes no Estado, vamos conversar sobre um tema muito importante para mitigar os efeitos do aquecimento global, as finanças climáticas. E agora, em memória das vítimas desse desastre que estamos vivendo no Brasil, pedimos a todos aqui presentes a dedicação de 1 minuto de silêncio, por favor. Nosso respeito e sinceras condolências por eles e a seus familiares. Obrigada a todos e todas. Bem, gostaria agora, então, de começar essa manhã, que espero ser bastante frutífera, proveitosa a todos. Antes dos debates, tenho o prazer de chamar ao palco Frederic Cachard, diretor-geral da Editora Globo e do Sistema Globo de Rádio, para dar suas boas-vindas. Fred, por favor.
Quero trazer aqui o recado do Rio Grande do Sul. Nós passamos pelo maior desastre, a maior tragédia climática da nossa história. A perda de vidas humanas, a destruição das cidades, numa extensão gigantesca da região central do estado, da região dos vales, da Serra Gaúcha, da região metropolitana, na região sul do estado, trazem uma dor imensa aos gaúchos. Ao mesmo tempo, a enorme corrente de solidariedade que tem se formado no Brasil e mesmo no mundo aquecem o coração e animam os gaúchos em relação ao futuro para poder suportar essas dores do presente com a confiança de que nós vamos sair mais fortes desse momento. Então, quero agradecer a todos que têm se mobilizado na pessoa física, na pessoa jurídica, empresas, entidades, todos aqueles que estão se mobilizando para poder ajudar o nosso Rio Grande do Sul. Os gaúchos têm essa força pela história, pela trajetória do nosso estado, que já é característica conhecida do nosso povo, mas essa força ela fica ainda maior com o apoio de vocês. Muito obrigado pela mobilização. Para aqueles que quiserem entender os melhores caminhos para poder ajudar o povo gaúcho nesse momento, a gente tem um portal sosenchentes.rs.gov.br. Muito obrigado e um grande abraço a cada um de vocês.
Bom, muito bom dia a todas e todos. Eu gostaria de iniciar fazendo um agradecimento a autoridades e amigos que estão aqui presentes hoje. Começo pela embaixadora Elizabeth Bagley. Obrigado por aceitar o nosso convite, por participar hoje aqui da abertura do seminário. Um agradecimento aos governadores que estarão aqui em instantes, alguns já chegaram, né? Essa semana é muito intensa, são muitos eventos simultâneos, mas teremos os governadores Ronaldo Caiado, do estado de Goiás, Mauro Mendes, do Mato Grosso, Eduardo Riedel, do Mato Grosso do Sul, Helder Barbalho, governador do Pará, Ratinho Júnior, governador do estado do Paraná, Cláudio Castro, governador do estado do Rio de Janeiro, Tarcísio de Freitas, governador de São Paulo. Agradecer também a presença dos senadores Ciro Nogueira, do estado do Piauí, Laércio de Oliveira, do estado de Sergipe, Irajá Silvestre Filho, de Tocantins. Também gostaria de agradecer a presença dos deputados federais, e são muitos que estarão presentes aqui hoje, na figura do deputado Marcos Pereira, primeiro vice-presidente da Câmara. Obrigado também a Ilan Goldfein, presidente do BID, que também participará aqui do painel hoje, daqui a pouco. Ao secretário executivo do Ministério da Fazenda, Dario Durigan. Ao diretor de Política Monetária do Banco Central do Brasil, que também participará aqui dos painéis, Gabriel Galípolo. Ao secretário de Comércio e Relações Internacionais do Ministério da Agricultura, Roberto Serrone Perosa. Queria agradecer também aos secretários estaduais e municipais, muitos aqui representando seus estados e municípios. Pedir alguns segundos para agradecer e homenagear a presença do nosso homem do ano, Alexandre Birman, para quem eu peço uma salva de palmas. O Alexandre vem ganhando muitos troféus, né? Hoje será a celebração do reconhecidíssimo prêmio de Person of the Year, mas também executivo de valor pela 4ª vez. No dia 27 celebraremos em São Paulo. Uma história de muitos troféus, né? A Arezzo começou com seu pai, ganhou muitos anos a melhor franquia do Brasil, no prêmio da Pequenas Empresas e Grandes Negócios, e a sucessão de prêmios passa de geração para geração. Muito feliz de tê-lo aqui, obrigado, parabéns mais uma vez. Queria agradecer também aos amigos que estão aqui, executivos, empresários, investidores. Acho que a gente tem um mix aqui muito especial de pessoas para fazer um evento que, como a Fernanda estava falando, é histórico para nós, é a primeira vez que a gente faz um seminário nessa Semana do Brasil, na Semana do Person of the Year, e a semana, vou tomar a liberdade de chamar a Semana do Brasil em Nova York, e de construir aqui um debate saudável que gere mais consensos do que dissensos. Nós começamos aqui falando do Rio Grande do Sul, e eu acho importante, né, a gente reforçar um pouco o momento que o Brasil passa e reforçar também a nossa solidariedade com o povo gaúcho, né? O que aconteceu ali é algo sem precedentes e que reforça a urgência de encararmos com pragmatismo, né, os efeitos das mudanças climáticas e por isso a gente organizou num par de semanas esse painel para tratar do tema. Mas também, como disse o governador, se tem algo de positivo diante de tanta tristeza, é essa mobilização fantástica que a gente tem assistido no Brasil, né, de empresas, de empresários, de governos estaduais, governos municipais, do Poder Executivo e principalmente das pessoas, da sociedade civil, né, o voluntariado, sejam doando dinheiro, sejam se apresentando para apoiar de alguma forma. Eu acho que é algo que tem que nos encher de orgulho, uma prova irrefutável de que quando a causa toca e engaja, nós somos, sim, cidadãos disciplinados e generosos, mesmo num contexto de tanta polarização que não é um privilégio do Brasil.
Build Rio Grande do Sul, which is very precise, it's very correct. There's a need, a great need, and the only way out is really to engage and integrate the whole civil society and governments to find solutions. Donations are very, it's finite. Donations are finite. They're only going to last a few weeks, but the challenges that we're going to have are not only to rebuild, but also to face climate change, which could happen again in other regions. Actually, in Rio de Janeiro, it had happened again, and the city of Petrópolis demands us to really think about this subject matter in depth and to find solutions, feasible solutions. I've been following up discussions about prevention funds versus emergency funds. We have budget pressure when it comes to budgets. We have budget for prevention, but there are a lot of limitations to apply funds in certain situations. So the discussions are the healthier way to find solutions, and that's what we intend to do today. As Fernanda mentioned, today we initiate the celebration of 25 years of Valor Econômico. It's a really nice coincidence to celebrate also 200 years of bilateral relations between Brazil and U.S. And I would like to provoke you to think about that this is a good moment to discuss how can we resume Brazil's important position in its bilateral relations with USA. With the U.S., investments are good with Brazil, but the flow has reduced in the last few years, and also the priority that the White House gives our country. This is a fact, not criticism, that a USA president hasn't visited Brazil in 13 years. So what is our role as Brazilians? How can we resume our priority position in international relations with the U.S.? And we're going to have the opportunity today also to discuss monetary policies. And we're going to have leaders from the U.S. and Brazil, agribusiness, energy, where we have a great edge. And the rest of the world, everybody talks about this, but how can we make it a reality and really attract investments? And climate change, and a great panel with governors who will discuss about what we are doing to attract investments, especially from the USA. From New York, we have the main talents from Valor Econômico, and Valor Econômico. And thank you very much. We have a very renowned forum here, and we worked hard to have the best journalism, and that will have really good consequences for the whole global network. And I would like to thank you for your time and presence, and our sponsors. We're lucky to have sponsors from companies that we admire, and I really am friends with all the leaders, Banco Masters, Vocado CEO, which are going to be speaking with us today. Thank you. Adolfo Combustíveis, CEO Ricardo Magro, JBS. CEO Gilberto Mazzoni, who will be with us, Egea. Mr. Radamés, representing whom I spoke with this morning, Gidal. CEO Gustavo Werneck, who will be here with Scopel, Daniel Slaveiro, who is here, and all the other sponsors, Delta Airlines. Thank you very much for your support and for believing in our project. And that's the first step of a marathon. We intend to come back every year and grow our event. Before closing, our event is going to be on Wednesday. I had the opportunity to attend various different meetings, very good, on Tuesday and Wednesday. And I think I found two common points in these events. First, solidarity with the situation of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, which is I'm proud to see how everybody is engaged. In the second, discussions about Brazil. Is it half full or half empty glass? How is our image and self-confidence and other concrete aspects? And I was thinking last night that this discussion is very subjective. It could take a whole morning or a whole day if we allow it. I would say that, yes, we have a lot of attributes in good aspects that we could internally give value, but it shouldn't become a panacea. We are an economy that has one of 5 best commercial balances, and we also have we still have problems with the exchange. We have a clean energy matrix, which is different from the rest of the world, but we're not priority of investments, as I just mentioned, to other countries, especially USA. So as the Americans say, it is what it is. Things are the way they are, and nothing better than discussing as journalists And by exchanging ideas, we can get the best solutions. And this is what we're going to do in the next few hours. Have a great event, and thank you very much. And I'm going to invite Danielle to come to the podium. Thank you very much. So, starting our agenda, I invite Daniel Vorcari, President of Banco Master, who's going to talk about entrepreneurship and investment in Brazil and in the U.S. Daniel, please, to the podium.
$64 billion in funds under management and over $15 billion under administration. Besides, we were classified as an S3 by the Brazilian Central Bank, a recognition within the national financial system. We've achieved an investment grade by Fitch Ratings, reinforcing our credibility in the market. In the retail segment, we strengthened our presence, expanding the range of products for our clients in digital account, CD, exchange, credit, and insurance. Also in the retail vertical, one of Banco Master's features is Credicista, with a predominant presence in all states of Brazil, providing easy access to credit. In total, there are more than 10.5 million clients in Brazil, and in the segment of structured operations, Banco Master excels as a restructuring agent for large companies on the national scene. Master's operations demonstrates innovation, excellence, and highly qualified teams that can make a difference. And our numbers show that we are on the right path. In 2023, Banco Master achieved over 5 billion reais in projected equity, 6 billion in annual revenues, 531 million in net profit, and an ROE of 29.09%. As you can see, for every phase of your success, there is always a Master solution.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't help but doing a shameless plug before speaking, but it's a pleasure to be here this morning in this event that's so relevant with such brilliant minds from our country. I was very honored with the invitation, Fred's invitation, and to be able to participate in this first summit of this important week for our country. I've participated in many events here in New York over the last couple of years, in this week that happens every year, and I always leave with a robust baggage of discussion and debate. It's important to leave our daily routine to look for solutions and ideas and projects that can make a difference for Brazil. And especially here with Valor, which has been a great partner for our country, Fred. In the middle of a proliferation of so many different media outlets and the evolution of the internet and social media, Valor has been a constant reference and a guiding North Star for us Brazilians with always precise and impartial information. So I'd like to send my compliments to Fred and the whole team, Maria Fernanda, Álvaro, Malu, and everyone else that I admire greatly for the work that you do. And I think this summit Valor is doing is going to help enrich the Brazilian week. Since you've baptized the week, I'm going to use it too, the Brazilian week here in New York. I think this becomes much richer with the presence of Valor in the discussions. This year specifically, I have the privilege and the pleasure of honoring someone who's also from Minas, like me, Alexandre. And that's an inspiration for all of us Mineiros. I say that wherever I go, it's a personal inspiration for us that leave our land of pão de queijo in Minas Gerais to go explore the world. And so I'd like to send you my compliments, Alexandre, one more time. I think it was very well deserved, this tribute, and it enriches the debate of your work and of our state of Minas Gerais. Congratulations. Speaking a little bit about Brazil, I think in these discussions that we have over this week, it's always important, and I think we'll talk about this here, some of the challenges that our country faces and some of the points we have to address. But I think it's always important for us to highlight the positives as well. In the last 40 years, we have a lot to be proud of. We, in '88, approved a constitution, which is a strong constitution that guarantees fundamental rights for the Brazilian people, and it's considered among the most advanced constitutions in the world. In addition to that, over the last 30 years, we've gone through several crises that helped strengthen us. And we've had change in power with different ideologies in our executive branch. We've had institutional crises, the Lava Jato investigation, the car wash investigation, and I think we left all of this stronger. If any foreigner, anytime I have meetings or gatherings with people that are not Brazilian, I like to highlight and remember some of this recent history, because if we have a democracy that was created with blood, sweat, and tears, it's the Brazilian democracy. And so we have three powers that are strong, that complement each other, that keep each other in check, and we have to be proud of this. And always when I answer questions asked to me by foreigners, I say we do have legal security, and I think all of these precedents show that and show how strong our democracy is, and also how much legal security we have in our country. Judicial security, even with such a complex and heterogeneous society like in Brazil. From the point of view, from the economic standpoint, touching a little bit on what Fred shared, I'd like to highlight a little bit the opportunity that we have, the unique opportunity to become once again much more prominent in the global landscape with the green economy. I think the green economy has an immense potential to generate wealth, even more than the pre-sal oil. The green economy, just in terms of preservation credits, everything that can be generated with our clean energy matrix, we could be really a leader in the production of several different types of products globally. And I think we have to come together as businessmen, as government, legislative, everyone representing Brazilian society here, because I think this is a unique opportunity that we have to debate and explore. And finally, I'd like to emphasize maybe some of what we have that's the best to offer in terms of natural resources and everything that the green economy has to offer, which is the Brazilian people. When we are faced with a crisis, like the calamity that we're living now in the southern Brazil, we obviously, and I agree with you, Fredi, we end up also feeling proud of the mobilization that the Brazilian people is capable of leading. The Brazilian business leaders, and this is something I'm very proud of. I'm proud of our resilience, our creativity, our strength, and I think we have everything in our favor to move Brazil forward together in this agenda of the green economy. A country that's by nature very entrepreneurial, a people that is by nature entrepreneurial. We have all the conditions and the resources and the people necessary to make Brazil move forward and become really a leader and a protagonist in the global landscape. I hope that we can come together and take this example of the mobilization in the south of Brazil and mobilize ourselves around the green economy agenda also, and that we can leverage as a country not something that's going to be specific or restricted to a few, but the green economy is really something that can generate wealth and income for a large portion of the Brazilian society. And I hope that we can really talk about this and that this seminar can contribute to this debate about this. So thank you everyone very much, and I hope we have a fruitful morning together.
Obrigada, Daniel, pelas suas palavras.
Thank you, Daniel, for your inspiring words. To open our panels for this morning, I'd like to invite to the stage Elizabeth Bagley, Ambassador for the U.S. in Brazil. We're honored to have you here to talk about the 200 years of bilateral relations and between Brazil and the U.S. Please, Ambassador.
Juntos somos imparáveis.
That's a hard act to follow.
Difícil seguir esse vídeo.
Good morning.
Bom dia.
Bom dia. It is a pleasure
É prazer
today to talk about the Brazil-U.S. business relationship, which is a consequential and long-standing relationship that I'm pleased to say is growing, and I look forward to the conversations we will have here today. And thank you to Valor, to Frederic Kachar, to Fernanda, and to others for inviting me here today. I wanted to, first of all, express my sympathy and my solidarity with the people of Rio Grande do Sul. We have actually sent a number of supplies. We have a C-12 that's going down to Porto Alegre tomorrow. We are working with the Brazilian military and with Itamaraty. I've also spoken to Governor Leite, who's doing an amazing job at bringing everyone together and mobilizing resources. So I just wanted you to know that we are with you. We have lost 10 of our people have lost everything, so we're trying to work through that as well. So we share not only the tragedy, but also the solidarity with all of you. So this year, Brazil and the United States are celebrating 200 years of diplomatic relations. We have a calendar full of events. Working with our partners in Brazil and the United States, we are planning hundreds of events to celebrate the breadth and depth of our bilateral relationship. Everything ranging from art exhibitions to youth exchange programs to YouTube concerts to the first ever NFL game in South America, which we will talk about later today. Itamaraty is also hosting a symposium on May 28th, followed by a gala dinner hosted by AmCham. Brown Neto is here, so I thought I'd put in a plug for that. It's going to be very exciting, and you're all welcome to come. The bicentennial is an opportunity to chart a course for an even brighter future, highlighting the profound impact that our relationship has had on our countries and on our people. And our economic partnership is a cornerstone of this relationship. You may or may not know that May 26, 1824 was when your legate came to Washington and presented his credentials to our then president, James Monroe. America, United States, was the first to recognize Brazil's independence from Portugal. And when I looked up to see who the second was, I found out it was Portugal. So a year and a half before Portugal announced Portugal agreed to the independence of Brazil, we had already done it. So I'm very proud of that fact. So as the two largest economies in the Western Hemisphere, Brazil and the United States work together to build prosperity for all our people. We do put people first, as President Biden and President Lula did last September when they launched the Partnership for Workers' Rights. Partnership supports fair work conditions and decent wages for workers and combats discrimination and exploitation in both countries and around the world. And its principles will be incorporated into the G20 Leaders Summit in November and in other international organizations. We are proud to be, by far, the largest foreign investor in Brazil, with more than 1 trillion reais, $192 billion invested, and also Brazil's largest trading partner in value-added goods that fuel job growth. U.S. trade and investment in Brazil supports more than 550,000 jobs in Brazil and about 100,000 jobs in the United States. And the private sector is driving job creation in both our countries. Brazil's focus on the clean energy transition, also known as the green economy, an area where U.S. companies are ready to invest, offers excellent opportunities to solidify the partnership even further. President Lula's proposal to work on a new partnership for energy transition has the potential to deepen our clean energy cooperation through investments in clean hydrogen, critical minerals, and biofuels, which will advance our shared efforts to counter the climate crisis. We are also working to deepen our partnerships in areas such as infrastructure, supply chains, food security, and technology, just to name a few. Through working together, we create jobs, transition our economies, and strengthen our security. U.S. companies invest in Brazil because they believe in the opportunities that Brazil offers. In fact, companies such as Citibank, General Electric, General Motors, Coca-Cola, Goodyear, and IBM have operated in Brazil for over a century. We're proud to facilitate these investments and create more opportunities for working families in both our countries. In support of the private sector, the U.S. mission to Brazil has reinvigorated the U.S.-Brazil CEO Forum, supported a U.S. Green Tech mission, and opened a new office for the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, DFC, that is driving hundreds of millions of dollars in prospective investments. And we will continue to pursue additional opportunities that advance the Brazil-U.S. business relationship. The United States and Brazil are historical partners with shared values, shared democracies, and shared histories. And the current moment is one of immense potential to deepen our strategic partnership. As we celebrate 200 years of bilateral ties, these conversations demonstrate that the bilateral relationship is strong and gaining ever more momentum as we look toward partnering with Brazil in the G20 throughout this year and the COP30 in 2025, which, as you know, Brazil will also be hosting. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I have a couple of questions to explore some things you've said in your speech. You've mentioned sports, for example, and we all know that United States is famous for his soft power in culture and sports, as so us in Brazil are aware of our soft power in other areas. So I'd like to ask you about a concept you've always mentioned in your speeches, that's sports diplomacy. Why do you believe it, and why can we benefit both countries of this concept?
Thank you, Fernanda. Sports, well, we have several parts of public diplomacy. We have, of course, music diplomacy. We're doing a big, we've already done a concert with Preta Gil at my residence in Brasilia. We're doing, they'll be coming back, and we're going to do something in Sao Paulo with YouTube, and also in Rio around the summit, the G20 summit in November. We have a number of other parts of what we call public diplomacy, music diplomacy, and art diplomacy. We'll have an art exhibition. First time ever that the Afro-Brazilian and African-American artists will be featured, actually starting from slavery times up until the present. And I think it'll be quite historic and transformational. That will be in Sao Paulo in the end of October. Will be a public exhibition at FAPI, and will last for about 3 to 4 months, ending around the end of January. Sports diplomacy, as I mentioned, the NFL, they usually have an event, a football game, somewhere in the world other than the United States. And I think we were competing with 3 or 4 other countries. And Roger Goodell finally acceded to my argument that this is the 200th anniversary, not only, but that there are 35 million Brazilians who watched the beginning and all through the Super Bowl. I think they said it was more than half women, which was interesting. I don't know, maybe Taylor Swift had something to do with it, but I encouraged him that Brazil not only will celebrate our bicentennial, but there's so much more capacity to grow in Brazil with 210 million people. So, and also in basketball. So that will be September 6th in Sao Paulo, between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Green Bay Packers. So I'm told that those are 2 teams that Brazilians particularly like. I'm not sure why, but anyway, it should be a very interesting game. We look forward to that. And the NBA has 45 million viewers. And they actually have been doing something called Basketball Beyond Borders, where they come in every year. They bring in 60, 70 players, young players, many of whom will go on to the NBA, and they bring them in with NBA professionals to do a number of, they put together and create a new basketball court in a marginalized community. They have seminars and leadership training and skills training for these 60 athletes. And as I say, many of them go on to the NBA. So it's a way of sharing our talents, and also we'll be doing a soccer team as well. Our women's soccer team and your women's soccer team, which are both very, very renowned, will be working together as well. We have 20 young high school soccer stars from your high schools. They've already left. They're going to California for a soccer camp, the Julie Foudy soccer camp for 2 months. So there are a lot of things going on, and I'm really happy that sports diplomacy is taking a major role in this bicentennial year.
Thank you. And of course, this is a huge opportunity for brands from both countries. But I'd like to ask you, we have a forum of CEOs from Brazil and the United States, and I'd like to know how private sector can strengthen the relationship between the two countries or even improve this relationship. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, I think one is another shout out to AmCham. Have been instrumental in encouraging and working with Fiesp and others to encourage investment. As you probably know, this American Chamber of Commerce is the biggest in the world, and they've done a great job in bringing companies together. But the CEO Forum was one that was began in the first in 2007, the first Lula administration, and we're at our 12th plenary now. We didn't. For about 4 or 5 years, didn't happen, I think, a number of reasons, but we have re-inaugurated it. Our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, came in December, and her counterpart is the Vice President, Alcomine. We had a dinner at my residence and an all-day meeting with 12 CEOs from Brazil and 12 from the United States. And they presented a series of recommendations on how to improve the environment, the business environment, also what sectors will be coming up, like we talked about clean energy, the green economy, agriculture. We've been working with Embrapa for a long time, but to increase that because we're the 2 largest bread baskets in the world. Digital economy, of course, the environment, working on other parts of the environment, and technology, IT, AI, such a number of things that of course, are happening now that we should take advantage of. We did have a green tech mission, and I have to say they were very, we have our SPEC, John Kerry came, SPEC is this presidential envoy for climate, and we had a green tech mission in Rio, and they were very, very impressed with the Brazilians and their commitment and their entrepreneurship and expertise. So we're going to be working very closely with those companies. I think with President Lula's proposal to do the clean energy transition, we have a number of proposals that we're going to present at the summit in November, the G20 summit, on clean hydrogen, on infrastructure. I've met with, the Minister of Transportation, with the Minister of Energy, and we have Minister of Mining. So we have a lot to do on critical minerals as well. So there are a number of avenues of cooperation and coordination that we are working with now.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Elizabeth Bagley. Thank you, and your guests to watch the rest of the event. Seguindo com a agenda, eu convido o meu
now with the agenda, our colleague Alex Ribeiro, special reporter and columnist at Valor Econômico, to continue with our agenda in the morning.
Sonhos e a realização deles. E foi alimentando o sonho brasileiro de ser uma empresa global que hoje a JBS é a maior empresa do mundo em seu setor. Produz em 16 países, está nos pratos em milhares de lares pelo mundo. Mas suas raízes estão no Brasil, onde alimenta crescimento, alimenta geração de empregos para os 151 mil colaboradores, alimenta sustentabilidade para fazer cada vez mais com menos, alimenta tecnologia para tirar o máximo de cada proteína e até criar novas. Alimenta o mundo, alimenta o Brasil, alimenta você. JBS, há 70 anos, alimentando o que alimenta o mundo.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to mediate this panel at this very important time. We have monetary policy news in Brazil and the world. It's a special moment. It's an opportunity. Without further ado, I would like to invite Gabriel Galípolo, Director of Monetary Policy at the Central Bank of Brazil. And also, I would like to invite James Bullard, former president of the St. Louis Federal Reserve. And Kevin Walsh, former member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. An overview of the interest rate impact. This panel is going to be in Portuguese. Kevin is getting his headphones. I'm going to go straight to the point. Everybody wants to know when the central bank, and I'm going to ask Jim, when will this Federal Reserve will start to lower their interest rates in the U.S. because there's an inflation history, but I would like to know what you think about that.
Thanks for having me to this panel. It's excellent, and I'm looking forward to it. Some of you might have seen the CPI news in the U.S. this morning. It was a softer inflation report, so Wall Street is marking up their probabilities for a rate cut sooner than they've had previously. I don't think it was, the CPI report this morning was mostly in line with expectations, but a little bit softer. So this is good news for the Fed. I would say, I don't want to go on too long, but I do want to say that I think the 2022 policy in the U.S. Of raising the policy rate dramatically, a total of over 500 basis points, was the right policy. It paid dividends in 2023, where inflation came down dramatically in the U.S., and that helped disinflation around the world. And we're basically in very good position right now, but the last couple of tenths of inflation are hard to come by, and that's what the last couple months have been about. But today's report was encouraging, and it seems like the policy is ultimately going to be successful. U.S. economy will eventually be growing at the trend pace with a good labor market and inflation at 2%. That's a soft landing in my book.
Jim, continuando nesse tema.
Continue with this subject. There's a great discussion about what's the nature, what's going to cause inflation to be lower, what's the force behind it. Do you see, is this inflation is going to lower, is it a risk to really have it back up? Is there a risk?
I think the policy will ultimately be successful, and it's because of central bank credibility. The Federal Reserve credibility was on the line in 2022. Inflation was rising in the U.S. at up to 1980s type levels, or late 1970s type levels. The central bank had to show that it had inflation fighting resolve. I think we did that. I think that paid dividends in 2023, so and into 2024 here. So I think it's mostly about defending the inflation target quickly, getting rid of the inflation as quickly as possible, and returning to a more stable environment as soon as possible. I would see that as being good for the U.S., but also good for the global economy and good for Brazil.
Kevin, queria te trazer para essa discussão.
Now let's discuss the following. Before this event, you're very concerned with the inflation data, the monetary policies of Federal Reserve has been very relying on data, which has been causing a lot of market volatility, especially international markets. The Federal Reserve can do something better, you think, than base its monetary policies on data that is published.
So thank you very much. First, on behalf of Jim and me, let us join the ambassador in telling everyone in Brazil we're thinking about the tragedy in the south of Brazil, and our thoughts and prayers are with you. The U.S. can do a better job in leading on monetary policy as well. In part, Jim and I overlapped at the Fed a long time ago. In part due to Jim's leadership, the Fed finally raised rates after, I think, making a big economic policy error in thinking inflation was transitory. Jim led a consensus at the Fed to get on the ball and raise rates. The simple answer to the question is that inflation isn't because of pandemics or supply chains or wars. Inflation is about central bank policy. The combined central bank policy of the Federal Reserve, the ECB, your own central bank that Gabriel's such an important part of. And so monetary policymakers have to take responsibility for inflation rates. Now, when we see data, such as the data that came out this morning, markets had a very big reaction. Now, did they have a big reaction in the Treasury market because the data was telling us important things about where inflation's going to be 3, 6, 9, 12 months from now? No. There was a big reaction because they thought that means the Federal Reserve is keen to cut policy rates. My own view is this preoccupation with the latest data flows is quite problematic. The language that we use in central banking about data dependence, I think, is wrong in two respects: the data and the dependence. The data is bad data. It's our government's best look, but we have a very complicated, dynamic economy. The data is subject to massive revision, and of course, it's backward-looking. The policy that Gabriel and Jim and I make works with these long and variable lags, so that we're relying on data from government national accounts last reviewed in 1978 shows, I think, a dangerous myopic preoccupation, and we central bankers shouldn't somehow countenance that. The other piece of this that I think is wrong is dependence. Why should central bank policy be dependent on what's in the rearview mirror? Why should we be dependent on these data sets that we tell markets are determinative of policy? I wish central bank policy were perfected. I wish we had perfect rules. We don't. We have judgments. And our judgments about the state of the U.S. and global economy, our judgments about our currencies. And here I'm pretty critical of the Federal Reserve in being preoccupied with what I think of as the weather, the news of what's happening day to day, and not the generalized change in prices, which is really the climate. And we central bankers can affect the climate. And the more, as a final point, the more we preoccupy ourselves with the weather, the more we're keen to look like we're very happy to cut rates, as this central bank looks keen to do, the bigger the inflation problem, the more regressive that tax is to people in the United States and around the world. So I think this is a conduct of policy that we can improve upon.
Uma pergunta rapidinha, bem rápida.
Quick question for a quick answer. When do you think you can cut rates, interest rates in the U.S.?
So I did not convince our moderator of anything I just said there. I'm a ex-central banker like Jim is. We're not current central bankers, so if you must, we will engage in this. Now, if Jim and I had real jobs in our government, the right answer is when we know, we'll tell you. It is not to give you forward guidance and give you breadcrumbs and say 2 dots this year and 3 dots next year. That makes it harder for us to make policy judgments with an open mind. But because we're has-been central bankers, I'll give you my answer. I don't see how they can reasonably cut rates before the November elections. I think if they continue to show a keenness to do so, inflation will move higher. In December, our former colleagues said, boy, we've got great news. We've had great data. We'll be cutting rates a lot next year. And what happened? Not a coincidence. The inflation trajectory changed and, if anything, has reaccelerated. The best way to take this inflation dragon and quash it so that you business people can focus on the real economy instead of what's happening in nominal prices, so households can have positive after-tax incomes, is to stay quiet until we know what we're going to do. My guess is there won't be rate cuts until December at the very earliest, and I think, given where they are, that'd be the prudent path.
Gabriel, last week we had a divided decision that affected the markets and the market expectation about what the Federal Reserve can be next year when members of the Brazilian administration will change. And what did you vote and what did you agree and didn't agree? I would like to show support of Rio Grande do Sul and our solidarity, and it's an honor to be here. This event in a table with people that I've always listened to and read about throughout my career. So I'd like to say something about what the ambassador mentioned. So I would like to clarify, and about your question, I would like to agree with Mr. Campos when he said in his opening remarks of about the central bank. First, discussions about how our arrangement works, institutional arrangement works for monetary policies in Brazil. The discussion of goals. It's not a discussion for central bank Banco do Brasil representatives. You heard me talk about that, but it's important to at every opportunity to repeat this. You cannot discuss targets. You have to reach them. The monetary policies through its representatives. They determine what the inflation targets are, and the officers have to place restrictive interest rates so that the inflation can accompany it. That's a function of the Committee of Monetary Policies, and I think it's clear because all participants agreed that there's this commitment and the clarity of how the monetary policy works in Brazil, considering that everybody agrees with it, and the discussion about 0.25, 0.5, the experts in monetary policy know that this discussion didn't make it inviolable to get to the target. The discussion was about what you gain to reduce the momentum, or when you reduce the impact, and when we discussed There was never a conversation to convince people. It was a difficult decision. It was really overwhelming for both sides. And if they voted 25, which we thought in discussions would be very comfortable to present all arguments, why to place it on 25, but the change from 0.5 to 0.25, it was a concern to the market because of the consensus between the members, but there was a cost of not delivering gas, and if I understand that it's true, that each officer will be individually observed by their behavior. So I understand that there is a different cost for letting gas. So there is not substantial change in what is substantial can have different meaning because, as you said, this business of especially central bank has to do with credibility. Credibility has to do with having coherence between what you say and what you do. And it has to do with time, credibility. You gain with timing. So the officers that have been there for longer, they have conquered this credibility in the market because of their behaviors, everything that they've done, they have credibility. When you have credibility, you have a freedom to not deliver and to generate doubt in the market. And it's normal that officers that came recently to be really expected to clarify, to explain. If you have been following my speeches, not just now, but since I came in, you hardly, someone was surprised with my vote, and I was talking about there's no relationship between fiscal, monetary, U.S. policy, exchange, and our monetary policy. I've been saying that I would like to not be excited with high volatility data, and before the cycle when you're present, I said I want more time to see that how this volatility will react, because we have a meeting and also the payroll, and when it comes to practical point of view, the expectations. I came from Basel and I had an intense discussion about this. Since there was a terminal increase in exchange rates in various countries, and we have less budget from the federal bank, and it's increase of risk premium without changes in inflation expectations, but we're in the uncomfortable in Brazil. The terminal rates and the expectations have grown a lot, and this desencoraging is the same, and this really bothers us. We're concerned too because the rhythm has really gone down because the colleagues voted for 0.25, but I was really concerned about the reaction that I could transmit, and going back with the communication that I was having. If I want with time have credibility, I need to be coherent between what I say and what I speak.
De quem votou por corte maior, mas foi o voto em grupo, colocando todos os novos membros e todo mundo está antecipando uma mudança. Está havendo, vocês estão formando uma turma e está havendo uma mudança de rumo. Aí eu também queria juntar uma outra questão, que é o seguinte: a gente pode esperar mais unanimidade agora em diante? E pergunto por quê? Porque a gente tem membros ali que estão vendo um balanço de risco negativo. Teve essa discussão na última reunião. O que a gente pode esperar?
A gente vê muito valor na unanimidade, no consenso.
We see a lot of value in the consensus, and we don't want this to be a shield to protect us from criticism. It's very important to remember that this autonomy is an important of the government and in the titles market. I'm very proud that Copom had the courage to make the decision according to each one's consciousness, and without going towards some sort of change that would look at consensus just to protect themselves from future criticism. If you look at the communication Roberto did, for example, if he made a change, it could have maybe seemed that that was trying to avoid disturbance. And in my case, it might have seemed the same way. So when we go in to vote in Copom, we shouldn't be influenced by this. With respect to your question about the groups, I try many times with Roberto, Otávio, Carolina, to talk to them because they have so much experience and I have so much respect for them. And again, none of these conversations where we get to them trying to convince each other. But Roberto is so cautious about this theme of the autonomy because it's a legacy that he leaves for us. And sometimes I will seek him out before saying something, and I'll always say, it's just a suggestion. And he'll never say to me before anything that I say, and he's always very cautious to try and make it very clear that it's just a suggestion, reciprocally. With Diogo, with Renato, with Otávio, with Carol, with all of them I have a lot of conversations. And these conversations are always trying to ponder the meaning of the data. In no moment was there a discussion to talk about, let's talk about this, to vote this way. Because the research that Banco Central does, Central Bank does, the day of the voting was reflected a division that was very similar in our own discussion. So I can't speak on behalf of the other directors, but from my side, it was important to think about this idea. And I even made a joke, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I said that Roberto was so successful that he's kind of circling back to the beginning at the end of his mandate. My mandate goes until March of 27, and sometimes when you're at that last lap, you've already conquered several things, so you have more liberty, more space to worry about different things than someone who's just getting started. So my concern is exactly this, how we break this logic. If we break this logic of coherent communications, we could rupture trust. And so about the other question, it will be clearly established that with respect to monetary policy, Central Bank has the responsibility to maintain a restrictive level of interest rates as long as it takes to curb inflation. We have 4 minutes. I have a quick question that I have to ask you. There was a rearranging of the communication of the president, Roberto Campos, here in Washington. And so the direct question, yes or no, were you consulted about this change? No, I was not consulted about this change, but I also want to say this. In no moment before speaking have I ever called Roberto, or has he called me beforehand to say, should I say this or that? The autonomy he concedes to me, and again, he's very cautious about this question of autonomy. If he had tried to campaign, for example, for everyone to vote together, the autonomy would be in danger. And Roberto preserves this. It's very important to him. He doesn't only give me this liberty every single time, but also in the past, if there's anything I said that generated conversation, he would be the first to call me to say, don't worry about this, this happens. So there's no problem, the fact that Roberto communicated what he did, because this is the process of autonomy and dialogue. This is how it works. And in every moment, we talk to each other, we consult each other, and that's why it's normal. We are 9 after all, that we have things that we don't agree about. And if the only thing we disagreed about was 0.25, the world would be a much easier place. I want to ask Kevin a question here. We're wasting a lot of time here talking about monetary policy when inflation is much more about fiscal policy, maybe. And everyone is looking at the U.S. here, large debt, high interest. And the big question that everyone is asking is the United States going to do a fiscal adjustment after the presidential elections. What's the importance of this on the inflation, and is there any way out of this situation, fiscal situation?
The short answer to the question is I don't know what's going to happen after the presidential election, nor what's going to happen in November. I would say the U.S. has an incredible privilege of having the dollar as the world's reserve currency, of leading in fiscal and monetary policy, of having the risk-free asset in the U.S. Treasury that every asset everywhere in the world is priced around. And that is not a privilege we should take for granted. The United States has a special obligation to have responsible fiscal policy and responsible monetary policy. And I should add, it's difficult to have responsible monetary policy if fiscal policy looks irresponsible, and vice versa. The truth is that fiscal and monetary policy have been conflated since the dark days of the 2008 financial crisis, where I still have the scars from that moment. We designed in one urgent weekend this idea that we, the Federal Reserve, would be buying bonds from the United States Treasury. Before that weekend that we announced that package, that kind of scheme would have sounded unnatural for the most important economy in the world. We did it in exigent circumstances because we thought we had to do it. And so we blurred the line between monetary and fiscal policy. We asked fiscal policy and monetary policy to be coordinated, but to your question, as a result, inflation now has two major components, both what we central bankers do and what the fiscal authorities do. And my judgment is the massive spending over the last several years, along with a policy error, which Jim helped to correct at the central bank, has driven this inflation. And the way to get out of this inflation is both more responsible fiscal and monetary policy.
We're out of time. Exactly right on time. Thank you, everyone. Let's continue now. I'd like to invite to lead the third panel, Flávia Barbosa, editora of Globo and Extra. Flávia.
JHSF, líder no segmento de alta renda, atuando internacionalmente com a excelência dos hotéis e restaurantes Fasano. Os shoppings mais exclusivos, flagships internacionais, o único aeroporto executivo internacional do Brasil e empreendimentos imobiliários únicos. JHSF, excelência em alta renda reconhecida internacionalmente.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Well, good morning. It's very good to have you all here. Thank you very much. I'll be mediating the third panel. I shall be speaking in English because we have two American guests here to discuss American politics, the American election in coming November, and its impact on Brazil. I've already have my guests here. Please welcome Simon Rosenberg, Democratic strategist and author of the newsletter Hopium Chronicles. And I have Scott Jennings, author, commentator, and Republican strategist. It's a pleasure. Okay. So first I have to introduce you to each other, right? It's the first time you are together. So
we may be on CNN tonight together.
Oh, that's amazing.
We're not going to do CNN Tonight in Portuguese, though. We won't.
Oh, that would be interesting. That would be
we may
interesting.
learn some today.
But I'm glad we are going to have you guys first. So it's a scoop, as we call it in journalism. Yes, exactly. First, okay. So I would like to start with a very simple questions for you both. Who's going to win the election in November?
You go first.
Well, before I answer your question, if I may, as a point of personal privilege, just say two things. Number one, it's an honor to be here, and I wanted to offer condolences to the people who are affected by the flooding in Brazil. I was reading about that this morning and the number of people that have been displaced and killed. So I come from a little town in Kentucky that was largely destroyed by a tornado a couple of years ago, so I know the weather impacts and the devastation that can bring to communities. So I'm sorry for what's happening. I know people back there are watching. Number two, I don't know Simon very well. I follow him very closely, and I have a lot of respect for him. I think in American politics, there's a reputation for Democrat and Republican political operatives to constantly be fighting with each other, but I have a lot of respect for what Simon does and what he says, and he was one of the few American political operatives / commentators that called the 2022 midterms largely correctly. There was a lot of us, a lot of people who thought that Republicans were going to run away with the election in 2022, and Simon seemed to know somehow that Democrats were going to sort of outrun the historic trends that you would have expected to have occurred in that particular cycle. So my hats off to you, Simon, for your call in 2022. Regarding the 2024 election, I think it is incredibly close. I think either could win. I think both have extreme limitations that are dragging down their candidacies. I think the impact of third parties is tremendous, and it's not quite clear to me yet which candidate is suffering more from the impact of having other people on the ballot. I tend to think it's Biden, but it's murky. I will say that I think Donald Trump has a wider path, more opportunities on the map to get to 270 electoral votes right now than Biden. I think Biden's path is largely through the upper Midwest, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think the Sun Belt of the United States, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, that southern part of the United States, which Biden did well in 2020, I think is closing off to him right now. And so I think when you think about this election, you have to think about, obviously not the national popular vote, but you have to think about who can get 270 electoral votes. And my view right now is that Trump has a wider path, and Biden's runs largely through 3 states and 1 very small congressional district in Nebraska.
So Simon seems to disagree with you on a daily basis. He writes that everybody's getting the whole picture quite wrongly. So how can you be so optimistic when you have an incumbent president with a disapproval rate so high?
Yeah, and let me just say it's great to be here with Scott, and I do watch him on CNN all the time and learn from him. And it's great to meet you finally after all these years. Democrats and Republicans don't always spend a lot of time together in the United States, and so it's not surprising that we haven't met after all these years. And I agree with much of what Scott just said. I mean, I think this is a very close election. I think we know that polling 6 months out is very soft, right? Many American voters haven't checked in to the election. You've actually seen polling all over the place, just even in the last few weeks. I mean, there's a ABC poll that shows Joe Biden up by 5 points and a CNN poll that has him down 6 points. And I think that, my view, I agree with much of what Scott said with one exception, is that I don't think there's as much weakness for Biden in the Sun Belt, in the southern part of the country, as has been presented in some of the early polling. I think this is more of an unknown than a trend. I mean, it could be, right? It could happen. We don't really know a lot. Look, 6 months is a long time, and a lot's going to change. I mean, you can already feel the election changing a little bit even right now. I mean, Biden, in my view, has picked up a point or two in the last couple of months. The Democratic brand has picked up 3 to 4 points. We've had very encouraging polling in the Senate races that are going to be in the critical battlegrounds. Some of the initial House polling is also very encouraging for us. So I think that we have a very close election right now. And, you know, it's like being in the end of the first half in a football match. I mean, it's tied, and we've got a whole second half that we have to go play to see who's going to win. But I would much rather, my own view, is that I would much rather be us than the Republicans right now. Because I think fundamentally Joe Biden has done a good job as president, and that matters. The country is better off. I mean, the Wall Street Journal just called the American economy the envy of the world. You know, the Economist had an amazing story yesterday about the boom in startups here in the United States, which is unprecedented. I think we have a strong case to make that Joe Biden has been a good president, the country's better off. I think Trump has a much harder case to make that he will do a better job for the country in the second term, given that he's presenting himself as more extreme and more dangerous than he was even in 2020. But we'll see. We have a long way to go in this election, and so, you know, we don't know what's going to happen.
But somehow both parties are trying to go away from the economy, which is the top issue for voters, and I believe trying to incorporate other issues into the campaign. From the Democratic side, abortion rights; from the Republican side, immigration, for instance. Which strategy do you think is likely to be more efficient in energizing voters, the base, to vote in November?
Well, I think this is a fundamental truth about this campaign, and that is they're not really debating each other on most of these issues. Yeah. They're using the issues to get more people excited to vote. I do think we have low enthusiasm for this election. I agree with Simon. I think a lot of people don't want to think about the election right now. I think they're not checked into it. I don't really think most Americans love their choices here. It's the choices they have, but that doesn't mean they have to like it. I've often said that, like, American political parties, I mean, if they were restaurants, they'd be going out of business. You know, like but they are restaurants in some, but they're like prison commissaries. You just have to eat it. And so I think that for Republicans, the most motivating things are immigration, inflation, crime, and a framing of the election as something very simple: strength versus weakness. That's the Trump argument. The border is in chaos, the world is in chaos, the economy and inflation is chaos, and it's all fundamentally because we have a weak president. So I think no matter the issue, you're going to hear that framing. For Biden, just as the Democrats did in 24, my anticipation is that abortion will be a key motivator for his base that maybe has been a bit lukewarm on him running for re-election. Also, the issue of democracy, I think it's a mixed bag. Democracy means something very, very different for one kind of a voter versus another kind of voter. But Biden's economic record, I do have a disagreement on how it's perceived. I mean, there's a reason that he has a 38% approval rating. He's been president for 13 quarters, and all of his predecessors in the modern history of polling, according to the Gallup poll, for all of them that served 13 quarters, not a single one has ever been below 42% at this point in their first term. The next lowest person was George H.W. Bush. He was just below 42%. He lost. I mean, Biden is at 38%. And it's largely because of people's anger about inflation and really it's food prices, it's interest rates, it's the idea that you can't afford a house and a car. So I think that's the framing for Republicans, and I don't see inflation going away, or immigration for that matter, before November.
Yeah, I agree with much of what Scott said. I will say that I think we are going to have an incredibly spirited debate about the economy, because what can be true is that things can be better, the economy can be strong, and inflation is too high, right? Both of these things can be true at the same time. And the reality is, as all of you know, because this is what you do for a living, is that, you know, the American economy right now is literally the envy of the world, right? I mean, we have the strongest GDP growth since the pandemic of any G7 country. Inflation is lower here than any G7 country. We have the best job market in the United States since the 1960s, the lowest uninsured rate in American history. We have, new business formation is at extraordinary, unprecedented levels. We have a very strong case to make that the economy is far better today than it was when he came into office. And we are going to have to fight out the inflation issue. But the idea that Joe Biden, voters don't believe that Joe Biden is personally responsible for what's happened with inflation. Republicans believe that, but not overall voters. Voters have a much more nuanced view of this in our polling, which is they understand that COVID and supply chain problems and OPEC and higher gas prices have contributed to inflation. It's not only solely due to Joe Biden's fiscal policy, and I also certainly wildly disagree with that as a statement of fact, right? Finally, I'll just say on the issue that you raised, abortion really is an enormous wild card in this election. I think that, this is a new issue in our country. I think the Republicans are in a very difficult position here politically. They are they've put their stake in the ground on an issue where Trump has taken a position that polls at 25% with voters across the country on something that matters to people. Political parties don't usually try to run on something that polls at 20 to 25% in a democracy because you lose elections when you do that. And so I think that we don't really yet know the true power of this issue, but one of the things that I think the Republicans have to be careful about is the Democratic Party is more energized and more intense around voting than any time since I've been in this business for 32 years. We're going to be bringing it. We're raising tons of money. We've been winning elections all across the country. There is a clear understanding among Democratic voters that Donald Trump represents a threat, an unprecedented threat to our democracy, to their rights, their freedoms. And we've seen Democratic performance in as we call them, by-elections all across the country to be at the upper end of what's possible. Republicans have been the party struggling with intensity over the last couple of years. It's part of the reason I got 2022 right, was that I understood that there was this intensity. So I think this is going to be a very competitive election, a lot for you to follow over the next 6 months.
Right. Either way the U.S. goes in November, trade war with China will continue, very likely.
Yeah.
And this is both a protectionism, but it's also a process of reshaping globalization. It's a re-globalization process, and we are having nearshoring. So there are opportunities for countries that are partners of the U.S. How can Brazil take advantage of, for example, being a powerhouse in clean energy production? Will a Biden White House or a Trump White House incorporate Brazil to its strategic movement, or it's all about Mexico and even new partners like Argentina with Javier Milei? I don't know, in terms of green energy, it's a possibility. How do you see this, Brazil, within this strategy?
Yeah, I'll go first. Listen, I think America's in an in-between place in our global economic policy. We're leaving one era of policy making. I was a Clinton Democrat. I was involved in passing all the free trade agreements that shaped the modern world that we all live in today. I am a liberal in these matters, and obviously the Biden administration is pursuing a different strategy. I mean, this is not news to any of you. And what I think it represents is an opportunity, right, for Brazil, because I think this is unsettled. I don't think we know how this is all going to play out. I think we're moving from one kind of economic age to another economic age. And the reason you're here, right, in the United States, in New York, is that you're coming here to, fight for your companies and fight for Brazil, and that's what you need to do, because I think we're in a period of transition in the United States. I mean, look, what happened just this week with the increased tariffs on China is obviously a dramatic departure from traditional approaches, particularly of the Democratic Party, right, where we had been champions of free trade for many, many decades. And so I think I view it as an opportunity to come and try to shape where America goes and become a partner with the United States as we try to forge a new economic order around the world.
I Well, first of all, it's amazing what Joe Biden did this week after chastising Donald Trump in 2020 for his economic policies toward China. He's now largely instituted and doubled or tripled down on those Trump policies. That gives you some idea of what the polling must say inside the Democratic campaign right now. But there's opportunity in that for the rest of the world. China is probably one of the most unifying bipartisan things we have going on in the United States right now. There's broad agreement that China is the bad guy and that we need to build an alliance, a world alliance against China economically. And so for American allies, for allies of the free world and Western civilization, then I think there's enormous opportunity, and you will find partners for that and people to agree with you on that in both political parties. I mean, we don't have a lot of agreement between the parties right now, but you have seen in this most recent Congress, you see it in the policies of both Trump and Biden, that there is a desire to stand up and push back against China, which necessarily means finding other people like Brazil and other countries to stand with the United States and in an alliance against China. So I think for all of you, there's enormous chance here. There's enormous opportunity to be part of something great and not be caught up in a sort of as a partisan football in Washington, D.C.
We mark this year 200 years of diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Brazil, but somehow it's been a warm relationship in the past decade or so. Would Biden White House, a second term, would Biden be more willing to attend some of the Brazilian aspirations in terms of multilateral reforms, engagement in climate policy and funding of the Amazon, with Amazon initiatives? How do you see this playing? And as we are almost running out of time, I would do a question for what Trump's White House would look like as well in this.
I'll be quick. Is that listen? I think, to be fair to this administration, the challenges that have emerged globally during his time. You know, he came into office with COVID raging. They had the clear desire, the Biden administration, their overarching foreign policy goal was to forge this new economic order to challenge China. But we have seen that the world doesn't always behave the way that we want it to, and we now have a war in Ukraine. We have challenges in the Middle East. And I think that, my worry to some degree is that, the issues around Latin America and South America have sort of taken a little bit of a back seat to this administration, just based on the press of things that are in front of them, not based on a strategy, right? I don't think it's a strategy. I think it's the press of the day in and day out. I mean, when Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, is having to make repeated trips to Tel Aviv and to the Middle East and to Riyadh, which is where he's going over the next few days, the whole bureaucracy, right, starts moving in these directions. And so I do think it's important for all of you and for the Brazilian government to continue to forcefully press the U.S. Because obviously we are all tied together, and that I think in the second term, my hope is that the administration has more bandwidth, as we call it in American English, to be able to make these relations central. I will tell you, the Copa America is an interesting little moment in all of this, right? I mean, first of all, it's great we get to play in the Copa America, which Americans don't often get to do. But I think this is going to be a really big deal because, more young people play soccer in the United States than any country in the world. And it has become an important part of our understanding of the world, right? And it's great that the Copa America is here. I think it's going to really matter for bringing greater emphasis and understanding of the regional relationships that we have.
I'll make a more general statement about, and I think you all need to think very carefully about this as you think about how to approach the United States in the years to come. Despite the fact that I just said I think there is economic opportunity, and I believe that, I do think that on the far left in this country and on the far right, there is an emerging and ascendant isolationism that is motivating a lot of people. Some of the people support Trump, and I think Mr. Biden has people on his left flank that would prefer us to be more isolationist in the world, more populist. And it's sort of running through both parties. And so whether it's Biden or whether it's Trump, I think there's a multi-partisan isolationism that if you're someone like me and believes the United States should be engaged in the world, that you have to worry about. And I think America's a force for good in the world. I think our alliances and diplomatic relations with countries like Brazil are a good thing. But there are people in our political sphere who hold high positions of influence that would rather withdraw and they would rather be more isolationist. And they tend to believe that every question is either or. Either we can do something with Brazil or we can build bridges in the United States, but you can't do both. It's an idea that the United States is somehow a diminished power or a spent force. I totally reject this. And I think there are a lot of people in our political parties that reject it as well, but they're constantly fighting off this energized, isolationist streak. And so my hope is that whoever wins this election continues to stand strong against that and not give into it, because I think the world will be worse for it if we and other people around the world go our own separate ways. I think it would be terrible for this hemisphere. I think it'd be terrible for freedom-loving and human rights-loving people the world over. But I would just warn you all, this is a real thing, and we have to guard against it if you're somebody who believes international engagement is good.
Well, just very quickly, in this context that you mentioned, personal relations matter a lot. So if we have Trump back in the White House, he's a guy who said he supported President Lula's opponent in the last election, and still it's his position. And President Lula has just said that he would prefer Biden to win, clear and loud. So Trump, in both your opinions, and really, really quickly, would Biden be a better president for Brazil, or Trump, or Trump would be a complete? There would be a complete lack of conversation and dialogue between the two leaders, not the countries, because we have companies and etc., but between the leaders. Would it be more difficult?
Look, it's hard for me to gauge that. Obviously, the world leaders have said what they've said, but it's also in their best interest for things to work out and for cooperation to bear fruit. I mean, when you have cooperation and you have economic ties and you have things that work out and it's to the benefit of the people of two or more countries, that reflects well on a presidency, no matter whether you're Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And so the way I would approach it, maybe I'm just a little Pollyanna optimist here, but if I were thinking about how I wanted my presidency remembered, I would be thinking about what can I do every single day, whether that's in the international space or in the domestic space, to give people the idea that I gave them some kind of an advantage. I mean, that's all any voter wants, is like, I need an advantage. I need something that I can look out on the horizon and say, this helped me have a better life, or my kids have a better life. And if you could have economic cooperation or diplomatic cooperation with another country that gave you a way to make that argument, I think all past statements fall aside, because the desire for your presidency to be remembered as something positive for your constituents is a powerful thing. So I don't worry as much about that, the past statements, as I do about somebody making the case to the next president, advisors making the case that, hey, it doesn't matter what was said. All that matters is the future and how you'll be remembered. And I do think that case can be made to Mr. Trump, and obviously Republicans think, he'd be a better president for a number of reasons. They're not specifically thinking of Brazil, but they're thinking he'd be better.
30 seconds. I think you have to take what Trump is saying about the international economic order and NATO and the international system that we have at face value. There's no reason to believe that he's not going to do what he says he's going to do. And the second thing is, based on personal relations, I also just want to acknowledge our ambassador, who's a highly respected political leader, and I've known her a long, long time, and it's remarkable that she's serving here, because if If you want to build somebody who's got deep, deep relations in Washington, there's nobody better than Ambassador Bagley. So good to see you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Scott, Simon, for having this conversation with us. It was great. Thank you. Bom, assim a gente termina o terceiro painel. Muito obrigada. Acho que agora eu estou aqui.
And the third panel to mediate the next one, Maria Luisa Figueiras, editor of Pipeline, the business column of Valor Econômico. Thank you very much.
The fastest growing economy in Brazil in 2023 relies on the power of Copel. And in order to lead, it takes energy. Copel is one of the largest integrated groups in the electricity sector and makes permanent investments in infrastructure. Leader in innovation in the modernization of urban and rural power grids and the soundness of those who have a AAA rating. The power that drives Paraná forward has a name: Copel, Pure Energy.
Fundada em 1975, a SEDAI produz 60 mil litros de água tratada, limpa e segura para mais de 15 milhões de pessoas a cada segundo. Encarando de frente os desafios que surgem no horizonte da companhia, a SEDAI está investindo 3 bilhões de reais na construção do novo Guandu e demais sistemas. Esses recursos vão beneficiar mais de 3 milhões de pessoas e garantir a segurança hídrica da população do Rio por mais de 50 anos. SEDAI, água é vida, e a vida começa aqui.
Olá, bom dia a todos.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Olá, bom dia a todos.
Good morning.
A gente vai começar o próximo painel.
We're going to begin the next panel about energy, and I'd like to invite Edivaldo Santana, former director of ANEEL, Carolyn Hussein, specialist in geopolitics from NYU and climate change,
e a Luísa Palácios,
and
pesquisadora
Luísa Palácios, senior researcher for Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia.
Good
morning to everyone. I'd like to start with Carolyn. We saw yesterday that there was a decision of the U.S. government to raise the rates on Chinese products, and this includes... All right, we'll start again. We saw yesterday a decision by the U.S. government to raise tariffs on certain Chinese products, including electric vehicles. Even if the U.S. doesn't currently import Chinese electric vehicles, this is still a big discussion in Brazil also. For example, with agriculture, what's expected from Brazilian agricultural producers compared to European producers, and what kind of rules there are in place. So I'd like to distinguish, Carolyn, that you speak a little bit about where this meets the green protectionism. What is this frontier between what is environmental policy and support for the industry of the green economy, and what is protectionism, and how do we make this distinction?
Well, hello. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for that excellent question. Yeah, the new tariffs that the White House launched on Monday are quite extreme. They're very targeted to China, specifically a lot of it in the energy space, specifically around solar panels, electric vehicles. As you pointed out, China has a dramatically large advantage in the world of producing renewable energy technologies, electric vehicles, batteries. You know, the United States is probably 10 years behind on many fronts. And as I think was issued by the White House, is that this is, you know, addressing what they see as very predatory actions on the part of China in terms of dumping and over-manufacturing. So for the United States, this also, I think, aligns with a number of the policies and legislation that the Biden administration has launched, most recently in August of 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act, to really build up the United States capacity, both on the batteries front, on electric vehicles, on a whole number of areas of the green energy supply chain. So I think it has potentially benefits for a country like Brazil. I think there are definitely potentially opportunities that Brazil could reap from the fact that, you know, if the United States is going to, you know, basically make it very difficult for Chinese products specific to the energy transition to get into the U.S. market. The United States will be looking at what they've called friendshoring, in addition to the onshoring that they've been doing over the course of the Biden administration.
Luísa, essa discussão da transição energética,
This discussion about energy, does it have to be global, or is it actually about the deglobalization of energy? In other words, the local energy.
Hello. Thank you so much for the invitation. A pleasure to be here. So yes, the energy transition, because it's about the decarbonization of current energy systems, and the current energy systems fossil fuels have a monopoly over energy systems. The clean energy technologies that are substituting the way we have produced and consume energy are locally produced. And so it entails a deglobalization of energy systems, because actually oil and gas and fossil fuels and fuels in general are highly traded commodities. And so it is not only about how we use energy, but how we, the business of using energy. And so the energy transition is one of the most interesting disruptions taking place in the business sector. And we can understand it from the point of view of risk, because we do need to decarbonize in order to meet our carbon goals, carbon reduction goals. But it's also a massive opportunity in terms of what are the technologies, what are the systems, what are the sectors that are going to disrupt, that are going to be dominant in the disruption of dominance that fossil fuels have had. And I think in trying to think about these issues, the countries and companies that have relied on the exports of oil and gas do have a lot of work to do to understand how is it that they're going to substitute those revenues, both from a fiscal perspective and from an external perspective, and how you shift your business models into exporting energy through products. So it's a completely different way to think about this, and a completely different way to tax for many emerging market countries that have relied on oil and gas taxes, because now you're not going to tax the fossil fuel in time, because it continues to be something that we need, but how to tax that growth. So it's also about how do you not only insert yourself in the global market, how do you compete in the global market, but how states, the relationship between states and the private sector and the market for energy. So this is a complete or a very different way to think about energy in so many levels.
And speaking a little bit about protectionism, commercial protectionism, in Brazil we talk about oil and gas, which has high taxation in developed countries, and this is an impediment. And in other countries where there's a clear picture, like in Brazil, when we think about biofuels for diesel or aviation, what is the path to this entry of biofuels from Brazil in other markets. And how does the recent bill help this or not? It helps a lot, the bill of biofuels, but we have to go further. And for that, I want to start with an example of wind and solar, and then I'll get to oil. For example, today, we incentivize the wind and solar energy that we have in excess and abundance. It would be enough for all of the countries in South America except Argentina, or all of the countries in Latin America with the exception of Mexico. So we have enough, we have an abundance. But there's a characteristic when you think about the structure of subsidies. It means that the poorest people are paying for the richer. And how long can this be sustained? The same thing can happen with biofuels. The investors, for them to believe that this will work out, they have to also think about, are we going to make the same mistake with the solar and wind energy? Are we going to have too much and then have to go back? So the key word to attract investments is credibility of this policy for any type of energy source, whether wind or solar, and that's the extra step we have to take. You talked about costs, so I'd like to take advantage and speak about the subsidies. How important is this for Brazil and emerging markets in this transition of the energy market? And also, I'd like Luisa to complement. You've been in Latin America in terms of taxes and costs. When we think about climate finance and bilateral finance bank policies for this. This is extremely relevant. Today, we have created a capacity, a very reasonable capacity. We often say that Brazil's energy matrix is the cleanest in the world. So why can't we use that to attract more investment? Another example related to this excess of energy production, we could attract more investment to help with decarbonization in the northeast of Brazil, for example. But Brazil prefers to export energy, spending $10 billion a year to build the transmission lines to bring the energy to the southeast, than to invest in the northeast, in the electrification in the northeast. Decarbonized, for example, which would create jobs in the region that most needs it. But that's not planned, that's not conducted in a very organized way, so we still need a lot of wisdom. I'm part of a philanthropic institute that we are with the BNDES, the National Development Bank. We're talking about how to electrify transport in Rio and São Paulo, but the energy source is in the Northeast, so we should start doing this in the Northeast, in the big capitals of the Northeast. So we have to organize. I think that a centralized structure for climate finance with a general coordination would help us solve this, because it would give us a north for all of these different initiatives that we've done in a kind of disorganized way.
Thank you. Following on those comments, I think that we should really realize the extent of this challenge. So Latin America, for example, attracted about $60 billion in clean energy investments, according to different surveys, including the IEA. Latin America should be investing about $300 billion per year from here to 2035 in order to meet its climate goals. So that's 5 times what we're investing today. So this is not just only about moving investments that are taking place in the oil and gas sector towards clean energy. That maybe solves part of the issue. I don't think the magnitude of what we're talking about increasing investments in energy from something around 1 to 3% of GDP to 4 to 5% of GDP. So it requires a massive reallocation of capital from sectors that have nothing to do with energy towards energy. And so I think first let's understand the magnitude of the challenge. So therefore, that tells you that you need policies to continue stimulating investments in low-carbon technologies. You need policies to stimulate investments from a reallocation of investments from oil and gas towards clean energy investments. But then you actually need policies to reallocate investments from other sectors, completely different than to clean energy technologies. And you have to be mindful and intentional about all of those different pockets, because this is about creating new markets. This is about stimulating specifically private sector investments, because not only in advanced economies, in emerging markets in particular, there's just not money available in the public sector to be able to meet the challenge. And so we have to think very intentionally about not only public sector procurement practices, we have to think about intentionally about development financial institutions, multilateral institutions, so that not only increasing the capital, the reallocation of capital to clean energy technologies, but increasing the efficiency of that capital so that it mobilizes much more private sector capital than what we are thinking about. So in some cases, it's using current financial instruments. In other cases, it's completely different ways of doing financial instruments. In particular, I have to say that Brazil is in a particularly good spot. Brazil is one of those countries that actually attracts a lot of clean energy investment. It's among the 10 countries that today is attracting more clean energy investment, and that is compared to the US, China. It's a much lower scale, but we're talking about that Brazil is attracting about the same as India. So it's on the right track. The other thing that I think is a very positive thing for Brazil is what was just mentioned. This is a country already, your country is already a country that has 60%, 80% or 90% of green power matrix. Brazil is today where the rest of the planet wants to be. So this is a huge advantage. You already are there in terms of the power sector. Emissions in Brazil do not come from the power sector. They come from land use and transportation. And so we need to understand as well that energy transition and climate trade is about understanding how to make everything sustainable. So it's not only that you produce biofuels, like was mentioned, it's are you producing those biofuels sustainably? So it's a different concept and a different way to do business that is important for emerging markets to internalize, because it will determine the new rules of trade, the new rules for attracting investment, and the new rules for actually mobilizing and unlocking the green growth potential.
Quais seriam esses setores menos óbvios que devem participar da transição energética?
What would be the sectors that should participate in this transition, in this energy transition? And what are other references for attracting investors? You mentioned Brazil, for example, with private investments, but also in terms of public policy. Carolyn, can you start?
Thank you. Well, I think Luisa said it so well. I mean, I think to when you look at Brazil's electricity system, given its really strong hydropower capacity, I think it's in some ways, it's a fantastic country for attracting manufacturing, because companies are also looking, when they're setting net zero targets, when they're looking at reducing carbon from across their manufacturing and their supply chains. When you have a country that offers you sort of very low carbon power, then it can be a really fantastic place for sourcing and for siting. And that's what, I think there's something very interesting when you look at the United States and Brazil side by side, because in many ways we're doing the same thing. Because in the United States, we are a very large oil and gas producer. In fact, this year we will have had record oil production, record gas production. Brazil is also an oil and gas producer, and 2022, 2023, we're seeing an increase. And Brazil has aspirations to increase that oil production. And at the same time, they're also investing very heavily in carbon capture and carbon sequestration and reducing carbon emissions from hydrocarbon production. And they also have a lot of clean energy capacity and potential, even more than they already have. So as Luisa said, when you're looking at 85% of a power system that is sourced via clean energy, I mean, there are very few countries that can do that, and that can say that, Norway being one. So in the same way that the United States is sort of we're doing both. We're saying we're going to be a hydrocarbon producer, and we're also going to be a force for the clean energy transition. So you have that coming out of the Biden administration in terms of its own policies. And I think that in some ways is something to look at. And Brazil is very similar. I think you can have really strong climate policies and continue to have strong climate policies, and at the same time sort of recognize the fact that the world continues to need hydrocarbons. And even today the IEA came out, even though that a somewhat tempered number for global demand, but you know, global demand is expected to be 1 to 1.5% increase per year, probably looking out to 2030. So who are the countries that are going to be contributing to meeting that demand, and the countries that can do it in the most low carbon efficient way? So again, I think there are significant opportunities across Brazil for investment in manufacturing. I just was on a call yesterday with thinking about data centers. So data centers, which, you think about the Microsoft, the Amazon Web Service, they're looking to site, and we're going to see just a very large increase in the number of data centers that the world is going to need, and demand for electricity. And they really want to go to places where you have low carbon access to power and electricity. So I think, Brazil offers a number of different opportunities there.
Last year in Brazil, we had 12 different climate-related incidents that were considered very severe, and this year we've had the flooding in Rio Grande do Sul. How can the companies and the governments incorporate into their budgets this climate risk? Luisa.
So we've been talking about climate mitigation, and what you're talking about is climate adaptation. And one of the things that is clear about emerging market and developing economies is that this is where the higher risk are coming from on many fronts. First, because they're the most likely to be impacted just by the nature of where they are, by nature of their geography. Second is because they tend to have weaker infrastructure settings and weaker balance sheets in order to reconstruct. And third is because you actually, it's like eating and walking at the same time. You have to mitigate, but you have to also invest in adaptation. And while there is a lot of progress in mitigation, there is really not a lot of progress in adaptation. So I think we do not have time to wait. So to me, I think about investments already from the point of view of clean energy technologies, but from the point of view of resilience. Investments need to do both at the same time. Investments in infrastructure need to be resilient and decarbonize at the same time. And so I think and that's where I think government policies can help a lot, because you can develop fast-track processes for permitting for that type of projects and infrastructure. There are both lead to decarbonization, but also with business models where there's adaptation. I think one of the things that we have seen is that most of the adaptation finance, this is really public sector finance. When we're talking about clean energy technologies, a lot of them are already commercial, so you don't need a lot of fiscal support, but you do need a lot of fiscal support and a lot of intentional policies in order to build in adaptation and resilience, because that's also how you make things last and how you increase the competitiveness of your economies. And it's also the best thing that you can do for financial inclusion. There are one of the topics that I'm concerned about is small, medium enterprises, just because small, medium enterprises represent such a large part of the economies of Brazil and a lot of different countries. They have the least capacity to invest in sustainability issues, to show sustainability traits. And so when a country invests in infrastructure that is both clean and resilient, this is one of the most important things that it can do from the point of view of development and from the point of view of private sector and growth and inequality.
Edivaldo, 3 minutinhos finais aqui. Queria te perguntar sobre ontem a gente teve a mudança do
3 minutes now. We had the change of the Petrobras CEO. Now it's a female CEO, and the equatorial margin is really an issue when it comes to climate of polarization. So how can we really combine the equatorial margin with the environmental agenda? Well, I was born in Aracaju in the northeast of Brazil, in a place where there were indigenous people and black people, and a mix of both. There was no power generation or electricity in the 60s in any households. We used to cook, with wood. We would keep it to cook, and someone discovered that we had to go farther and farther to bring wood for cooking. And we thought, we can't continue like that, because it was a day to go back and come back. And we thought we have to reduce everything, and even food, and we can't continue like that. So we started to eat less, so we didn't have to have so much wood. And we started to eat, of course, a lot of fish and a lot of fruits, and we understood, that energy was the problem produced by the wood. That's how I see the equatorial margin. If we have a clean and renewable electric matrix, why should we give attention or give priority to something that's unsustainable, such as petroleum or oil, especially with the climate change problems? We cannot explore oil and gas in the equatorial margin so that Brazil doesn't become again an importer of oil. Exporter of oil. 4 months ago, there was, due to dividends, with the new Petrobras CEO, and I thought maybe Brazil is going to be leader in the energy transition. We're going to allocate 20% every year to fund green hydrogen or energy transition. It would be a great news for the whole world, but this didn't happen. Because of all the challenges that we still have to address. Thank you, Edivaldo Luiza. I would like to call Lauro Jardim, journalist and columnist of the O Globo, to mediate the next panel. Lauro Jardim.
Melhorar a vida das pessoas hoje e garantir planeta melhor para as futuras gerações. Nosso compromisso é transformar a realidade, gerando impacto positivo no meio ambiente e na sociedade por futuros mais azuis. Isso é prosperidade compartilhada. Esse é o nosso legado. A Egea, nossa natureza, movimenta a vida.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning. Now it's the panel number 5, how to attract investments for sustainable development. And we're going to invite here to the podium the Executive Secretary of the Finance Ministry, Dario Durigan. Let's start speaking about costs and talking about the tragedy in the southern Brazil before talking about investments. First question: how the government or the administration that has humongous expenses to pay for renewing the infrastructure in the country. Now added with the added issue, we're trying to solve the consequences of climate changes such as southern Brazil. So we have to really think about that. So how can the administration do that, overcome this challenge, keeping a sustainable fiscal policy? Or in other words, is it possible? First of all, good morning on behalf of President Lula, Minister Haddad, who are now in southern Brazil. I would like to thank you for the invitation, Frederico, U.S. Ambassador. I'm not going to say names, but I would like to basically thank you all for the opportunity. There's no subject matter better to address this morning that southern Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul, and the costs. President Lula, with the tragedy in southern Brazil, the good thing is that he's really personally going to southern Brazil. He went already 3 times. He went with politicians from southern Brazil, and there is conscious that this is not only a local tragedy, but also a regional tragedy. In other words, we need union, because we cannot, in a tragedy, everybody looking for a different answer. What's important is to have a response that's coordinated, especially in a calamity such as this one. You have the military coordinating the efforts. So on Monday, our president proposed a decree that says that it's a public calamity in the south of Brazil, and was approved by the House and Senate last week. So in other words, there's really commitment and coordination, and we were careful at the finance ministry to say we're not changing any regulations. We're using a clause from DRF to create a restrictive exception that's restrictive only to Rio Grande do Sul. These costs, extra costs, have extraordinary credit that are submitted to the Congress for the response at Rio Grande do Sul. Once the calamity is declared, especially fiscal calamity, by the Congress on Thursday, there was a first measure package prepared by Haddad, which are credited to rebuild for workers and underprivileged population, and also farmers in southern Brazil, small and medium companies, and to municipalities. At least it's a start of help to the states. This first subsidy, it goes from the federal government and gives 50 billion credit line on Monday. Minister Haddad and President Lula met with the governor, and there was a second measure, which is suspend payment of debt, which is of the state, which is in 36 months, funds more than 10 million can be used to rebuild the state, that the state would pay to the federal government. So today the president is there helping the population who no longer have homes, because this approach is the best advantage for the people and for the federal government. Credit lines with guarantees to get to the people that are in a very difficult situation currently. These people would have to pay back the banks in the future, and that's what we want to avoid. So the solution by the president is more simple, less red tape, which will be able to give the state an immediate response without changing tax regulations in the country. So the thing is coordination, a measure the losses and help after the losses. So we're going coordinatively with the Court of Accounts and the Federal Court to help southern Brazil. This help needs to be there. It's not something that we really think we're doing that's extra for them. Southern Brazil have a 50 billion credit, more than 10 billion investment in the country, and today a credit funds for people who lost their homes to start to rebuild their lives. Of course, that doesn't stop here. We have to also reduce the fiscal aspect and pay attention to the state from here on. Expenses. Brazil has been spending 90% of GDP during the pandemic. One more. Now we have 17% of the GDP. So our work with the ministry is really serious. We have to do it. It's part of our role to decrease this gap. We're accumulating 2 trillion primary deficit in the last 10 years. What have we seen in the last 10 years? More political polarizing. We don't have enough jobs. We have to change the situation. The first year of Lula and Haddad and their administration showed changes. We were surprised in the beginning of the year because they were what we expected went over what we expected. The commercial balance is better, and the real is the same. Our currency is the same. And when it comes to public expenses, the new fiscal framework that was approved last year. So the expense limit is going down in Brazil. In 2024, we're going to be below the 90% when it comes to GDP and 18.7% when it comes to expenses. So the fiscal framework will contain expenses. Even if it's just that, if it were alone, it would take more time, but it's at least this first step. We need to do more. We have been really working hard to really redesign our fiscal basis. The fiscal framework is a start, and after this calamity in southern Brazil, we will lower the deficit in the country. You just said that when it comes to expenses, we can do more. 2 years ago, the Minister Simone Tebet launched in the planning ministry a study, an idea that, in her opinion, after the study, they have to, the benefits, Social Security benefits have to be separate from the minimum salary. Minister Haddad said that wasn't time to discuss that at that time. He didn't say that he was against the idea, but he said he interrupted that idea, that proposal, because it wasn't the right time. What's your opinion about this proposal in this administration? Is it time to discuss this? We have to discuss now public expenses. We have to have efficiency in our expenses, in our in Brazil, where we can have a program such as the Inflation Reduction Act. So with but low budgets for the expenses in Brazil, it needs to be optimized, and we work with this scenario. But we have to think about the next step. The next step when it comes to expenses has to be measured or thought of, because we do not want to launch this political polarization in Brazil. So fiscal benefits that were amplified because of the expense ceiling. So the benefits are used, and this gap from 20 to 17%. There was no increase of expenses, but it was an increase when it comes to benefits, fiscal benefits and fiscal expenses. When it comes to taxes, when it comes to is bringing the results, the fiscal renovation in the country is happening. This year is going to be paying for the transition. Will have resume its budget, and the best way to guarantee and attract investments is having security. It's having fiscal security. All the work of 1 year that we're doing now, working hard, has this objective to have a good fiscal basis, and we're going to discuss about the expenses, which is reduced now with the new fiscal framework. But we do not want to work open polarization, political polarization when we discuss these expenses. So we have to always rethink tax expenses so we can serve the population. We have to improve participation or engagement, political engagement in Brazil, because there's a point that we have to think of the country as a project. That's what we try to do in Brazil. We have to go beyond elections. After the elections, we have to politically accommodate and have an agenda, strong agenda for economic development in Brazil. We've been doing this. We know what we have to do every week and every month. We've been trying. Last year, a lot of people said you're not going to be able to do it. You have to approve. Congress has to approve a lot of aspects, but we, thank you very much to President Lira and Congress, and because we had to really discuss, negotiate, but we know where we're going to go. If we're going to open trajectories that were not planned initially, we are willing to do this so that we have a healthy democratic scenario.
Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so here's my last question. You spoke about some of the advances that were already achieved in this government, but I'd like to talk exactly about attracting investments, both foreign investments and private Brazilian investments. What still needs to be done? What type of reform is still essential to be done in this government? I heard someone saying that since Fernando Henrique Cardoso, there had not been such a massive approval of bills in the economy like we did last year. The CADE was frozen, for example, and we had more than 1 trillion contingency there that was not solvable, and there wasn't any horizon for that. And we worked on it, and it's moving forward with 100 billion of demand per month now, which is great. The tributes have, the tax has increased, and several other demands are helping us when we think about the transition of the tax reform. So we're going to invest less in this overload of last year's, and this also helps us increase judicial security. The tax reform that was approved last year that's now subject to regulation, it opens a whole new dimension for Brazil in several aspects, in terms of how competitive it is, in terms of rationality. If we have today one of the worst tax systems in the world, we can't stay quiet. We can't do nothing. We have to reform it, and I hope that we have one of the best tax systems in the world when we're able to implement the reform that was approved last year. We have lots of wins last year. For example, if you think about digital banking, we have one of the most modern systems of digital banking. Everyone asks me about PIX anywhere I go. We have a tax reform that can take us to the level that PIX took us, so that we can fight taxes not being paid, and that we can make these changes in the tax system so that it gets lower for everyone. The differences in taxing in Brazil are still too big. We have to bring equality, and we have to create a path that helps us get to green development. Just a few more seconds to talk about green energy, because everyone is very concerned about this. I think there are a few different places we should work on when we think about this. Some of them are already happening, but they should be considered in terms of priority. For example, our priority is reducing carbon, decarbonization. And in Brazil, unlike other parts of the world, this is not just about energetic transformation, because for us, our key reason for emissions of carbon is illegal logging and land destruction. So our universities are producing, for example, the same amounts of papers that are recognized as South Korea. But in Brazil, we are, they have much more patents than us. So why can't we also have this leap that they had in terms of quality, so that we have green investments? And this is what we need to do, anchoring it fiscally, ensuring these investments, keeping inflation and spending at bay, and doing this energetic transformation, because the people who are going to do this is the government and the Brazilian people, but also the market. The market needs to come to Brazil to help us do this transformation, and our mission is to create these paths, thinking about the green energy, the green taxonomy that's going to be completed by the end of the year, that helps us fight greenwashing, so that people can't say that they're doing green investments when they aren't. Thinking about incentivized debentures from this new taxonomy, doing sustainable emissions with our debt, and so that we can think about the levels of investment in this respect. And this is very good. We're using these resources to fund the climate fund, which is going to ensure the currency hedge, so that we can sustain any currency fluctuations. This is also helping electrify public transportation in big cities, green fuels, and so we have a long way to go, but we have to start with fiscal responsibility. Secretary, thank you so much. I really appreciate your presence here for this interview. We're going to continue now with our seminar. I'd like to invite to the stage again my friend Flávia Barbosa, Executive Editor of Globo and Extra. Flávia, please. Good morning, everyone. In this panel, sixth panel, we're going to talk about opportunities for investment in Brazil. And I'm going to talk about this with our prestigious guest, currently leading IDB, Ilan Goldfarb. Ilan, please. Thank you for being here with us today, Ilan, on this inspiring and stimulating day. It's impossible to not begin with Rio Grande do Sul. The level of catastrophe that the state is facing means that the operation to rebuild Rio Grande do Sul is probably going to be the best, the largest that Brazil has ever seen in a very long time. There are many regions affected, multiple infrastructure affected. Governor Leite initially estimated 19 billion reais. Experts think it's much more. more, maybe closer to 50 or 100 billion reais to rebuild. So what are plans that IDB has? How can the bank contribute to this operation? And here I'm talking about mitigation. We have a second part of this, which is prevention and opening a range of other opportunities and needs and investments. But in terms of mitigation, how can IDB contribute to this effort of rebuilding, and how can Brazil mobilize more capital for these investments? Well, first I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here with so many friendly faces. Flavia, it's great to see you again. The tragedy in Rio Grande do Sul is really something that all of us have to demonstrate our solidarity with the people from Rio Grande do Sul, and we have to come together. And an inter-American bank like IDB that is responsible for the region needs to contribute. Last week, we had in Brazil several meetings with several different stakeholders, several ministries, regional initiatives, economic, planning, finance ministry, with the governor, with the municipality, city government of Porto Alegre, and with this we designed our support from IDB, a package of up to 5.5 billion, and a part of this with immediate resources that will include humanitarian aid and financing for small and micro companies, and also an important aspect that you spoke about, which is the rebuilding. This is going to be an area where development is going to be crucial because it's going to require a lot of resources, a lot of intelligence, and a lot of thinking about the future. What does this new infrastructure that's going to be rebuilt, what does it need to be compatible with in terms of this new moment that we're living through, so that this type of disaster, climate disaster, is probably going to be much more frequent. So we have to be resilient, and we have to do the rebuilding thinking about this new reality that's going to occur. So IDB has as one of its priorities climate. You spoke about mitigation. In terms of opportunity, the issue of mitigation in terms of alternative energies, the Paris goals, fewer emissions, all of this has been important. Like the Secretary said earlier, about the emissions being related to deforestation, we have efforts that are trying to reduce this. But I'd like to focus on adaptation. What is adaptation, adaptability? It's for us and countries to work in a way that will be able to face what's coming. One of the big surprises I had when I got to the IDB was the amount of natural disasters that we went through since I was at the presidency. The amount of disasters we had in the region. I already knew about the hurricanes in Central America, but we had the worst drought of the last several years. Argentina, Uruguay, they had a lack of water. We had the worst wildfires in Chile, for example, and we needed collective support for that. In Mexico, Acapulco, you had something that destroyed the whole city, and now we have this flooding in Rio Grande do Sul, and so we have to consider all of this. One of the areas of focus that the bank needs to have is how we prepare for this. On one side, contingency in terms of finances, and on the other, infrastructure. And to get all this work done, in other words, to face all of these issues together, the need for financing is gigantic. And the resources aren't necessarily scarce, but they're either poorly managed or coordinated, or they need to be going towards solutions that are more innovative and creative. Like, this is something that IDB has been very active in. How do we raise these funds from the multilateral banks and incentivize the private sector with partnerships, public-private partnerships? How do we make this happen? How do we make this investment happen in real life? In first place, we have an important partnership with the federal government because the presidency of G20 is in Brazil, and the presidency of the multilateral banks, which is also rotating, is with IDB. So we were able to organize the 10 largest banks from the World Bank, the BRICS Bank, from Asia, from Africa, everyone together, and we brought together for the first time in decades a series of measures and actions that are along the lines of what you were saying. So we published an overview with 17 very concrete actions, and we offered to the presidency of G20, look, here's something that could represent a change. This includes both the quantity of resources and the idea that more resources are needed, and they are scarce. We don't have any extra. If you bring together all of the public resources from all the banks, we can't fully fund the energetic transition. So you have to work within what's available from the banks, our balance, do a leveraging, diversify. This is being done at all the banks. I can even talk about this in more detail if anyone's interested. The second point is what you were talking about, is to be able to attract private resources. So I'll give an example from IDB. 1 month ago, we had the joy of having in our board, which is made out of 48 member countries, approving a capitalization of $3.5 billion in BGVest, which is our private arm to finance the private sector. And with that, we're able to catalyze and bring together the private sector. So the public sector plus the private sector. Why BGVest? IDB Invest? Because IDB has a model where you finance. You don't want the majority stake in the projects. You take smaller stakes, 10% in projects, and then other people come in to cover the rest. So we'll take on the riskiest part of the investments, but we'll go together. So this is a key part of it, which is the size of the resources available. Second thing is, once you have those resources, what are you doing with them? Because one well-invested dollar is very different than one poorly invested dollar. So a second aspect of this is where and how to do it. What is the impact? So there's a whole chapter on how are we going to measure the impact? How do we harmonize? How do we measure? How does World Bank measure? How do the countries measure if these projects are actually leading to the reduction in deforestation and carbon emissions and an increase in clean energy, reducing poverty, etc. The bank knows Brazil very well. When you talk about these possibilities for attracting investment, how do you see Brazil in terms of being prepared to take advantage of these opportunities and doing what homework does it still need to be done to be well positioned as a receiver of these investments? IDB has 22 member countries that are not from the region, 26 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. Anytime that I go to speak in Europe or in Asia or in the United States, and I sit with investors, we have a program called IDB for the Americas. I sit with the business leaders, and the big question that they always ask me, Because they don't ask for more funds or subsidies, but that's not the big issue. What they really want to know is we need stability. We need economic stability, social stability, security. So this is what I've been hearing over and over again. So this is an important issue. How do the countries, including Brazil, can get prepared? I think we can divide the answer into two aspects. First, leverage the opportunities that are emerging, be able to attract this kind of investment. Where are these opportunities? I can mention 4 areas where Brazil and Latin America have the edge globally. But it's not the only, but I'll give you 4. 1, energy transition, green energy. This is the place. Brazil has 90% of renewable energy, clean energy. You have the essential minerals like copper and lithium and others in the region. You have all the biodiversity and natural resources, Amazon. And then you have another issue related to food security. Here, you already are talking about 40% of the food supply for the country. You supply 1.3 billion, you can get that up to 10 billion if you do this right. And also, we're in a very fragmented world where we have a lot of divisions, and this division stimulates the integration in Latin America and the Caribbean. So these 4 things give us opportunities. So this means that Mexico is getting investments, Central America is getting investments, energy investments are going to South America, food, same thing. So there's a lot of opportunity. You have to be able to capable of attracting them. Another issue, security. This has become a regional issue, crime. We have 4 times the world average in terms of violence. We have 1/3 of the homicides in the world with a much lower population, much smaller population. If you stabilize this, you can attract more investments. And finally, attracting more investments is going to create a boom. But this boom has to result in productivity. And then we have to invest in education and improving productivity. So first, being capable of attracting these investments where these opportunities exist. And number 2, once these investments arrive, make sure that these investments lead to productivity.
Capital mobilizing, how is it the IMF to withdraw from IMF to help developing multilateral banks? Are we close to have funds to be used in various different acts by development banks? Well, capitalization comes from money that's contributed by countries such as $3.5 million by IDB, but you ask how we use it in the best way, the balance in the best way, and the best way is to have liquidity that's not our own, liquidity that's deposited within the countries, not the IMF. Countries that have liquid currency that are in the central banks or under the care of the central banks, SDRs they're called. And if these countries decide to put a small part of this liquidity in the development banks, we can get each dollar and make it into 7 by IDB. The average is usually 1.4. It's to deposit the liquidity instead of instead of other places. One part of the reserve stay there, and then we explain why instead of 4 it's 7. 1 to 7 because the average is 1 to 4. For each in money, for each dollar, $7, or for each. What's the total amount? Depends on the amount. of the deposits that we're going to have. We're still going through the process of approval. The IMF has to approve the cost. SDS is IMF money, so it has to approve by the at the board that can be deposited in the IDB. And once you can do it, we go to the countries and say, you know, with the little hat and say deposit here or there. It's authorized. Last question, because we don't have enough time anymore. Brazil and the G20 presidency, one of the objectives is global alliance against poverty and hunger. What can we expect by IDB when it comes to this alliance? Funds, help with projects? How do you see all the other countries contributing or not to these efforts? This is an important effort from the Brazilian administration, which is hunger and poverty. They're creating a global alliance against poverty and hunger, supported by the IDB. The whole continent of Latin America is going to help to fight against poverty and hunger. There's measures to support family farming and farming in general, and to reduce social issues such as poverty, conditional income transfers. In Haiti, which is very vulnerable, has these programs. So this is all over the place. What we can contribute besides funding is knowledge. Bring knowledge. What does that mean? We have a great amount of measures and projects in the last 30, 40 years that worked out. You can talk about Bolsa Familia, our family stipend, and other programs such as this one and others in Mexico. But there are programs that didn't work out, so we have to show the world what worked out and others, and the ones that didn't. So knowledge is important. We have knowledge, but the amount of countries in the next 3 or 4 decades are going to adhere more and more. So they have our support at G20 to launch the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. Thank you so much for our conversation, very stimulating conversation, discussion here with us. Thank you so much. I thank you. Continuing with our agenda, now I'm going to call to the podium our colleague Fernando Exman, head of the Brazilian branch of Valor Econômico, head of the Brazilian Valor Econômico, or Valor Econômico in Brazilian, to head the next discussion.
Novo olhar sobre a Amazônia e sua biodiversidade, costumes, raízes e conhecimentos ancestrais da nossa gente. Dos nossos sabores inigualáveis, a cultura alegre e surpreendente, e a diversidade que nos ensina a conviver com as diferenças. A COP30 no Pará será sobre o clima, mas será também sobre o legado do Pará e da Amazônia para o mundo. COP30 no Pará.
PPI São Paulo. It's quality transportation. It's better roads. It's clean energy. It is sanitation. It is education. PPI is the Investment Partnerships Program of the state of São Paulo. This is a partnership with the private sector to invest in what matters most to the population. Over 200 billion reais in investments will be made, generating jobs, income, and business opportunities. PPI São Paulo. The private sector invests, São Paulo benefits. State government. We are all São Paulo.
Thank you, Flavia. Good morning. Our next subject is agribusiness opportunities beyond production, investments, and technology. To discuss here, I will call Roberto Serrone Perosa, Commerce Secretary and International Relations of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Gilberto Tomazoni, CEO Global at JBS. Global CEO. Roberto Azevedo, former Director General of the WTO and Senior Partner at Yuval Capital. And Paulo Souza, President of Cordial in Brazil and leader of agricultural business in South America. Let's get started then. Secretary, you know that we work with behind the scenes. A few weeks you came to Washington, you had meetings with U.S. authorities and USDR, and we want to understand what to expect when it comes to business opportunities, market opening, attracting investments, both at agribusinesses and agri-tech and startups, agro-startups that are a very important segment that's really growing in Brazil. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of the Minister Carlos Fabo, President Lula, and the Cultural Ministry in Brazil, we've been working since President Lula started his third administration to resume our good relationships with countries such as the U.S. We have a great demand for food in Asia, but we also have large strategic partnership with the U.S., which is a great food producer in the world. So these dialogues continue with a lot of countries, the U.S., Europe, through the European Union Mercosur agreement. We continue with the negotiations, new possibilities of agreements with countries in Asia, China. So I would like to say that this new administration and the ministries want to invest in credits to farmers, family farmers or regular farmers or big farmers. We saw that we disbursed 374 million of the Safra plan in Brazil, which is much above the historical average. So we want to give access to credit to farmers, and by a decision of the government, new acceleration program, there will be an investment line for agriculture, so roads, metal bridges, concrete bridges in these areas in Brazil, and to have better logistics so that produce can move between places. So we have to open markets, and we've been fighting incessantly. We had great market opening, 78 last year. This year, 120 open markets. So a great opportunities, more markets opening through new diplomatic negotiations, but also with this new environment that we're living through in Brazil. It's a very positive moment. Brazilian agriculture has grown by 15% last year. Commercial balance, trade balance has grown $356 million. So we continue with negotiations and international dialogues. Actually, in the U.S., we've been continuing negotiations about different topics. So as soon as we have results about these negotiations, we will publish them. JBS is one of the few companies in Brazil that has experience in operating in the U.S., even with the challenges of raw material offers or supplies, etc. it's a more favorable situation, but there are peculiarities of the U.S. market when it comes to agreements, for example, capital access, market access. So what do you say about this situation when it comes to bilateral relationships with a company, from the point of view of a company that operates in the U.S., it has a great presence here? Good morning. I would like to commend you for the quality of this event, and congratulations. This is a great event, and I would like to express my solidarity with southern Brazil. We operate in southern Brazil. We have 16 collaborators down there in 20 municipalities, and we've been doing great work, and we're doing whatever we can do at this time. That's really touching for all of us. I'm going to answer your question a little bit differently than what you expect. When I think of Brazil and the U.S., we operate here, been operating here for 15 years. We have JBS as a whole is present in the 5 continents. We have 275,000 employees, 73 million, more than 50% of these 73 million are here. So we are present in 21 U.S. states, and we have 70,000 employees here in the U.S. And we have been learning a great deal about being Brazil and here in other countries, and I think that Brazil and the U.S. are 2 world powers when it comes to the agricultural sector, for food, biofuels, corn. We would need to have an alliance between the 2 countries because we have a lot of common aspects and a lot of things that we can develop together and do together. And one of the main things is to continuing with the discussions about food security and climate change, because one thing influences the other. Brazil and the U.S., since they're 2 great powers, they have a lot to do in that sense. We know that today 2.3 billion of people in the world have food security because these 2 powers have worked together. How do we continue to work together? We can share practices, good practices that are already benchmarked in other countries, such the World Bank published a report that says what do you need for a planet to be habitable? So it has to do with the helping countries and the fair trade. When it comes to bilateral aspects, opening the market here or there, it's okay, but we should unite Brazil and the U.S. to have world trades, to try and find markets together and open markets together, be it for biofuel or food. And the second aspect is to increase yield of productivity, because sustainability has to do with productivity, because we're not going to be sustainable if we don't have more productivity. The U.S. uses precision agriculture a great deal. USDA universities have rural extension programs. Farmers is helped individually in each one of their harvests when it comes to precision agriculture. Brazil, on the other hand, besides having high technology and precision agriculture also has degenerative practices, and these degenerative practices from Brazil, be it in direct planting or forests and grains production and livestock, this package offers learning so we can collaborate together and develop together studies together. Let's say emissions. When you have production of cattle with grain and forests, what are the emissions? We don't have information or data or statistics about that, so we're working with Nebraska and Wisconsin universities so to understand how we can calculate this, to see how this can contribute to the health and fertility of our soil so we have better yield. So to reduce hunger, which 800,000 people who are hungry with the excess of production, so to have our trading coming to these countries and to have access to all of these benefits, we should consider that and not only think about bilaterality, but also, work together as two great agriculture powers. Roberto Azevedo, the last time I spoke with him, a ministry, was 2012 when the Brazilian government was having a campaign so you could be a general officer for GMC, and you're talking about that subsidies and when it comes to bilateral agreements, how Brazil could, with the U.S., develop commodity markets for ethanol. This is still ongoing, but on another context when it comes to sustainability today. How are these things are connected? In other words, bilateral opportunities, but also looking at green funding and opportunities in that sense between the two countries. And what's interesting is how the world has changed in the last 10 years very quickly. And it's irreversible changes. There were two great factors, disruption factors in the recent past that changed everything. First was the COVID that brought forth value chain security and food security issues. And another disruption was the environmental climate agenda emergence. And Brazil can position very well on the two aspects in a very clear way, and providing investments and technologies that are here in the panel. But one thing is for sure, nothing will happen that we're talking about will happen that if we just think of people's wanting to promote food security or fight against climate change. We need heavy investments, trillions of dollars in investments, and it's not going to happen if we rely on funds from the government. Any country, there's no country that can contribute completely to these aspects, so the private sector has to be engaged, and for that we need favorable regulatory frameworks. Otherwise, it's not going to work for companies, for investors, or for no one. How do you have a regulatory framework that is coherent and consistent and non-arbitrary or discriminates? Because today unilateralism is growing more and more because multilateral entities or international entities are fragile right now. It has to do with the political polarizations, nationalism, protectionism. So unilateralism is growing a lot, and Brazil can be affected a great deal because Brazil is a target of protectionism because we're very competitive when it comes to, especially when it comes to agribusiness. How do you avoid these issues? What can Brazil do? The first thing is to have a strategic view with two aspects. Brazil cannot be alone in this fight. We need alliances such as what you just said, a clear alliance with the U.S. that has interest in Brazil. For example, biofuel, we have the position of Europe, which makes any energy transition that's not biofuel impossible. So how do you avoid this? You have alliances, international alliances, and then you need a scientific basis. We cannot just import models. Emissions of cow in Europe are completely different than emissions of a cow in Brazil. So we're importing measurements and algorithms to Brazil that don't apply to Brazil or a tropical climate. So we need more dialogue. The administration needs to be clear. It can be clear maybe apparently, but we need the collaboration of the private sector so we can have an international strategy or even national for Brazil.
But do you see any potential for financial flow? I'm asking because, for example, Cargill is concerned about infrastructure and costs of infrastructure in Brazil. So this flow of investments in Brazil, would they help reduce emissions, but also could it also increase efficiency and productivity? I think both things are married. You can't have reduced emissions if you don't increase productivity. They're on the same side of the equation. If you don't have one, you don't have the other. And I don't have even the slightest doubt that the capital is there. It is available. It also exists is an insecurity from the investor of the regulatory framework. With one stroke of the pen, you could change the blending in the fuel or the price of something or something about a key component. And for example, prohibiting exports or putting a limit on exports, and this completely changes the scenario. So the government is not going to have this sensibility. It will only have this sensibility. The only people who will have the sensibility is the private sector, who are on the ground. About this question of the matrix of costs, can you compare Brazil with other markets you see in South America? And how has Cargill worked to increase productivity, reduce costs? And that's also a good segue for the Secretary to speak about investments in infrastructure. In first place, it's an honor to be here with all of you. The potential for agribusiness in Brazil, it's not a potential anymore, it's a global reality. Something that the ambassador said at the beginning, the two big cornerstones of the world are Brazil and US in this camp, and that brings us together. But I also wanted to speak a little bit about Rio Grande do Sul, our biggest exporters of soy and corn. We process soy there and biofuel, and we express our solidarity to our team, and especially to the small producer in Rio Grande do Sul, not only in the flooded areas, but in the areas where the flooding has already gone down or the flooding has led to disruptions in the harvest. When we think about the macro, it's not going to affect the Brazilian economy. It will affect the economy of the state, for sure. But the tragedy at the micro level with the producers and the cooperatives, this should really sensibilize and mobilize the whole sector in Brazil. We're only beginning to understand the implications that are going to come. So this really touches us deeply. With respect to the challenges, what brings us together, I also wanted to highlight what Tomazini said, is the shared agenda between Brazil and US. Yes, we compete for global markets, without a doubt. Brazil passed the US recently in exports of soy and corn. And on other products, we feel confident that we're going to move forward in other products as well. Cotton, we're close, and so on. With animal proteins, Brazil has immense potential, and along with the United States, Brazil has a fundamental place to guarantee food security globally that Tomazini was speaking about. The big origin of Brazil's soft power from the future comes from there, of course, along with best practices environmentally. This is a big challenge for us. Gali was talking a lot about credibility, which comes from you doing what you say you're going to do. And with that, we Brazilians have failed a lot with respect to the commitments that we've made in terms of the florestal code, the environmental code, and our ability to implement and deliver this. We want to produce everywhere we can, but it's, this is not accepted anymore. We have to put some guardrails, some markers of the space we want to develop, the capacity to really keep our game within these frontiers of the forest code. And sadly, we're not delivering on this. And that's connected to infrastructure. Senator asked me earlier, what's the biggest challenge? Is it storage in Brazil? And with storage in Brazil, of course, we need more of it because our harvests are increasing. But developing infrastructure is less necessary than developing storage. In terms of the cost of investment, Brazil is and will continue to be not one of the cheapest places to carry stock. It becomes too expensive from a speculative point of view. So for Brazil, it's very efficient for us to have a quick flow and turnover of our stock. But of course, in Pantanal, Mato Grosso, and other areas, they have larger needs for storage, and this will be in the model of investment. But when you think about decarbonization globally, Brazil, there wasn't one panel here that didn't speak about Brazil's potential for decarbonization. But yesterday I saw a really interesting comment by Leon Denger, which is a really good commentator on Bloomberg. And he's saying that decarbonization is fighting with globalization. In the moment now, like the ambassador has said, for the investor, it's very tricky to bet deeply in this in Brazil compared to European Union because of the obstacles are there, considering the interests of all of the different countries and blocs and the need to create their own capacity and guarantee their own markets. This is not good for Brazilian agribusiness, and this relates also to the points we have in common. Brazil, India had a deal around biodiesels, for example. This has to be increased in other sectors. I wanted to highlight some of the things that were already said. First, this agreement between the Brazilian government and other countries is something that already exists. President Lula had a large agreement around biodiesels with the United States, India, and 19 other countries. So this is being done in terms of this alliance that Paulo was talking about. The production of ethanol in Brazil is big. We now have ethanol deriving from corn. So there isn't on the side of the government, Roberto, and I wanted to tell you this, there isn't any obstacle for us to make this alliance internationally. And that's what we've done in our day-to-day through several different agreements, global agreements, and bringing the technological advances of agribusiness to places like Africa. And we've made a lot of efforts to try and instill the knowledge that has been acquired by Embrapa and take that to Africa, for example. The creation of Embrapa 50 years ago brought us a few numbers. For example, the planted area in Brazil grew 140% in Brazil over the last several years, but the productivity grew 580%. So look at that difference that you see when you have technologies applied in the field. Many governors here that are from producing states know about the potential of the Brazilian technology today. Something else I wanted to raise when we think about investments is that I see a lot of interest wherever I go in investing in Brazil. Of course, there are environmental issues and concerns around the world. And allow me to say, Paulo, even though I'm a lawyer, I like numbers. The numbers are here, are plain to see. The reduction of deforestation in Brazil was more than 50% in Brazil last year. And fires also, wildfires. So we can't argue against these facts. We have to learn how to value the things we are doing. Not only what the government is doing, but also what the private sector is doing. And with great capacity and delivery, we have not let the ball drop in any moment. We have the strongest legislation in the world. Those that know the Forest Code know that. And in Brazil, just to finalize, we have a great opportunity of investment. In the beginning of the government, we requested ao Banco do Brasil and Embrapa to do a study to see how the next 50 years in Brazilian agriculture would be. How could we continue growing in this sector? And this study was done by Banco do Brasil and Embrapa, and we came to the following analysis, that we don't have to do more deforestation, that we have in Brazil 160 million hectares in areas for cattle. And of these 160 million hectares, about 40 to 50 million hectares are completely capable of being transformed to areas for planting, for harvest. So in the next 10 years, we'd like to convert 40 million hectares of areas that are today dedicated to cattle and our degraded areas, that we convert these for agriculture, and this will double our production. So if you think about how strong we are today, think about doubling that in 10 years. And you can say, oh, but that's a dream, that's hard to happen. But no, today Brazil already increases the area that it has planted by 1 Uruguay every year. 1 Uruguay we gain every year, 1 million, 1.5 million of productive area every year. So we want this to get to 4 million hectares a year. That's why we had a lot of partnerships. The first country that agreed to this partnership was Japan. We had the Prime Minister of Japan in Brazil last week announcing robust investments in Brazilian agriculture. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do this big revolution in productivity in Brazilian areas that have more potential for this kind of increase, always with the environment in mind. These areas are primarily in the Amazon, Goiás, Mato Grosso do Sul, and Minas Gerais. I started this conversation saying that we talk about fury and emotion, but we also have the pressure of time. So I'd like to, in a final question, ask the two executives we have here, asking not only what the government can do for Rio Grande do Sul, but what the productive sector can do. There's a big pressure now, and a lot of these players were already in a tricky position. So briefly, if I could, I'd like to ask you to comment on that, and thank you for being here. Well, first, Rio Grande do Sul began the agriculture of exporting in Brazil. It began in Rio Grande do Sul. I'm not talking about the 1500s, but from the 1960s onwards. And the importance of Rio Grande do Sul for this sector is undeniable. It will recover, but with respect to credit, negotiation of debts, we need to improve rural insurance, because of course today it's a big tragedy, well compared to Katrina here in the US, but it has to open our eyes to the fact that this is going to happen more often. Rio Grande do Sul had 2 years of drought and now this tragedy of the floodings. So we need more rural insurance to increase resiliency of the agricultural producers in Rio Grande do Sul. Look, we're a big producer in terms of agriculture, and we have an integrated system that incorporates the small producers as well. And everyone was very affected by the floods and landslides. So our first focus should be to support these producers so that they can get back on their feet, start producing again, and we have to always keep the producer in focus. It's still early to really understand everything that's going to need to happen in this process, but water is fundamental. And we have water treatment plants that are trying to ensure that there's safe water for the families. We're trying to anticipate funds to the workers to help with immediate needs and food. So we're trying to figure out how can we now address some of what people are dealing with. And we'll see what we can do after that. Our objective is to make sure that our factories, all of them are already back except for one. And we're going to see with the mayors and with the Governor Leite, with whom we've been in frequent contact with, how the private sector can be part of the solution. Great. Thank you so much for your presence. And let's begin the next panel. To wrap up, let's go to our 8th and last panel of the day. And to mediate this, I'd like to invite Maria Fernanda Delmas, Editor-in-Chief of Valor Econômico.
Mato Grosso, world reference in sustainable development. The state that makes history with agro-industry, exceeding 100 million tons of grains in 2023 with the soybean production, also cotton and corn, and the beef production. Besides, the one that invests most in infrastructure in Brazil. Come grow with Mato Grosso, a colossus of opportunities. Government of Mato Grosso.
Good afternoon. This is our last panel. With 2 rounds of discussions. I would like to remind you, though, that we're covering this live at Valor platform, CBN, or Global News, and Global Outlet. You can access our platforms if you want to see it. Now our theme is Invest in Brazil, Government Opportunities, and to this podium we're going to talk about investment possibilities in each of local entities. Each governor will be here on the podium. We'll have 5 minutes to speak. I'll ask you please to respect the time so that we can end this event on time, and I'm sure that these discussions will be very informative for investors. One by one, please answer, how should your state position itself to attract international investors. We here in the USA, and New York, the mecca of the financial world, and also investors in general. How can you attract also? So here, Cláudio Castro, Governor of Rio de Janeiro. Good afternoon, almost afternoon, right? I'm very happy to be here. I would like to thank my dear friend Fred Cachá, Paulo Tornet, who is now, I'm not sure, I don't see him. Oh, now I do. Paulo Tornet, to thank and greet my colleagues, governors, and Governor João Doria from São Paulo, amongst others, and to say that to speak about Rio de Janeiro, everybody knows Rio de Janeiro, but what we're seeing here in this event, it's impossible to not talk. It's impossible to not talk about the energy vocation in Brazil. It's responsible for 85% production of oil and 70% of natural gas in Brazil. It's testing now the first plant, wind offshore plant, the only plant that's been tested offshore wind. It's from Rio de Janeiro. Differently from recent times, our state is going through fiscal equilibrium or balance, especially if it weren't for the debt. Brazil had a perfect balance for the 3 years. Rio de Janeiro has increased its investments on digital governance. When I started, we were the 21st state in digital governance. Now we're the third, and I believe that we're disputing the first. We're trying to get to the first position. So we went to Estonia to import their digital governance model. They're one of the most digitalized countries in the world, even though they have only 1,300 inhabitants. They have a great model of digital governance, and these are one of the main attractions in Rio de Janeiro. We have opening one company after the other, and back in April, 7,000 new companies are registered, which are without precedents in a year. We were 24th in opening companies and jobs until 2021. 2 years ago, we were ranked the second position. Now we have great investments in Porto do Açu, which is the biggest draft in Latin America, and 3 gigawatts of thermoelectrical installed, so local and cheap energy offered, supplied without problems of transmission. And the Açu port area, which is twice the size of Manhattan. So this area is huge when it comes to tax reforms. We have the second largest consumer market. And when it comes to the destination theory, Brazil is going to be, Rio de Janeiro is going to be with great potential for investments, economic and logistics potential, especially in expensive energy. So being a consumer market and having 300 miles and 30 or 40% of the consumer market in Brazil. So Brazil is a logistics center for whoever wants to export good energy. We have great beauty, natural beauty, and when it comes to our automobile industry, we have a lot of investments. We're operating today investments of about 100 billion private investments, reals. So this is a very interesting time for Rio de Janeiro and for whoever wants to have a well-balanced region with a good political, legal, and business environment. Because if you add an expensive energy with the exporting capacity, Brazil is very interesting. And we're here to explain or clarify more if you would like to speak with us about Rio de Janeiro today.
Thank you, Governor. Now to the podium, Governor from the state of Goiás, Ronaldo Caiado. Please come to the podium.
Well, for us, it's good morning, right? I am really happy to greet Valor Econômico that has held such an important event. It's good to be here talking with you about the potentials of each one of our states. Of course, you know, they really rely on the behavior of each governor. We have to rely on the ones to be at the forefront of measures that will take their states into better education, health, security, social programs, social inclusion, even if they are not as popular by taking these drastic measures. Everybody knows about our fiscal adjustment, Social Security reform, and other reforms. We distributed incentives so one wouldn't be privileged at the expense of the other, and also policy of distribution, government actions in underprivileged regions in our state. We have a lot of need for mining and cattle and agriculture, and these industries are really growing in the state. So we show that if there is a cost, a Brazilian cost, it has to be decreased in every state, and we have to say that we are doing our homework. Brazilian cost in Goiás today is below a great deal when it compared to before our administration. Goiás is the best funded state in Brazil, and we had a determination to understand OECD parameters, and we increased education with better quality, and our costs for trading schools so that companies have good employees, and we could advance in free economic freedom so that you can advance with your companies or businesses without the red tape that is really a challenge and that takes away your success in the Brazilian states. With all that, we advance with what we think is important, which was mentioned here by William, which is security. Today, Latin America and the U.S., the whole world discusses security. The price between the Brazilian cost, the discussion about the high costs and security in Brazil. And today we have the best law enforcement in the country. We give it priority, and businesses feel comfortable, secure, and safe so that they can work in our state. So these parameters allow people to work in peace, and they can have the state in their favor, and we need more autonomy for our states related to the federal government. Sometimes we have constitutional prerogatives that we do not use, but I do, so that we can show what we're doing for the environment, recovering areas, without a doubt, especially recovering the rivers, and also decarbonization. All states use alcohol or ethanol, and we're going more towards electric buses, and our policy, our renewable energy sources for our companies also that are working in our state. Sometimes they want to import technology. We have a great potential as a country to really cover the world demand for green energy and green fuel. We have ethanol, biomass production. So Brazil have to show that each of its region has a potential, and this potential is very present in Goiás. We are right in the center of the country, and I can guarantee you that we will host you very warmly. And development in the last 2 years were 2% of the GDP, which is almost twice as much as the whole country was able to get. Thank you so much. We are always available if you need anything, and I appreciate it. Now to speak about his state, Governor of Mato Grosso, Mauro Mendes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet all of you here at this meeting, the whole team. Congratulations to Valor Econômico. It's a pleasure to speak here on behalf of my state, Mato Grosso. You all know it, I'm sure, because of our potential for Brazilian agribusiness. The ones that spoke before me and after me, governors, are going to talk about their potentials. And we have great potential in Brazil. Throughout our history and trajectory of a few decades, we've been witnessing a country that we have to say that advances, but not as much as it could. When we look at the world, especially Asia, we notice that a lot of countries had sustainable growth, and throughout the last decades have been going through a lot of transformations. And, we shouldn't look at the differences when it comes to growth in a few regions of the planet, but what's sad is that we see that Brazil is not going as fast as it could. If we do not grow a little faster, this difference will increase between us and other countries in the next few decades. Brazil is a great minerals and food and commodity exporters. Our state has a great presence in the agribusiness in Brazil, a sector that's developed in all the states from Rio Grande do Sul to the north. We have a very great presence in this sector, and all of the states that I just mentioned, and we can grow, continue to grow, produce animal protein and transform it into vegetable proteins. It's what Brazil has developed, and that's the most relevant sector. And as a leader of this sector is a great responsibility. The New World Order allows us to do all of these things with low emissions, and these new business models will impact our work, on daily work. To understand this is a new challenge. Brazil also, I would like to say, that's how I understand, lost a lot of opportunities in the last few years. Are we going to lose another opportunity to be leaders of these new sectors? Few regions in the world have our potential to produce food and to guarantee the planet's food security and to guarantee climate security for the planet. So we are fulfilling our role, because when governors do not fulfill their roles, you do not have sustainable growth. You know, few regions in the planet do not build the way they should. We need with investments. You don't grow without investments and good fiscal measures. So we have to guarantee investments and guarantee growth so we can stay in the market. Our state has fiscal policy that was very strict in the beginning, but we could guarantee investments with our own capital that guarantees 20% of our revenue in our state. 20% of what we collect in taxes is being transformed into investments, and with investments we're improving our logistics, our public management, investments in efficiency. Public policies is what we do. Being efficient is to be dedicated to public policies to generate quality of life, not only growth, but growth with development. In the next few years, the state will continue to grow. In agribusiness, we are the largest producer of corn and ethanol. We're going to continue to grow. We have great perspective, a great chance of becoming the largest Brazilian producer of biofuels and to contribute to our decarbonization of our matrices. So we have opportunities in the area of minerals, the sector of minerals. We have a lot of opportunities, and it's up to us to be part of this model that's working out in Brazil. It's an example of what works out, which is focused on efficiency, good public management, and good investments. The state invests correctly, and you're all invited to be part of our history in our state of Mato Grosso. Thank you very much.
Now I'd like to invite the Governor of Mato Grosso do Sul, Eduardo Rido. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, business leaders, governors, public officials, and especially to Valor for the invitation and the opportunity of us being here together talking about such relevant themes from the broader landscape in the world, all the way to a political discussion, macroeconomics, and all the way down to each state and each state's potential, and how these different systems bring a different correlation between them, and how they could create a new horizon for the action of specific states. The central western part of Brazil, Brazil and all of our states bring opportunities of investment and themes and issues that are very convergent with everything we've been discussing today. Mato Grosso do Sul is an enormous agro and environmental power that was not well known to many until a little while ago. And these aren't contrary investments. It's actually the opposite. The difference of the tropical agriculture, Brazilian tropical agriculture compared to more temperate climate is enormous. And when we think about the emissions of carbon, we have in our practices completely different ways of operating, and sometimes this is not well priced. And this is one of our big challenges. It has been said that the advances on cattle lands in the last 10 years, we went from 22 million hectares to 17 million, and the substitution is direct in terms of aggregate value. It's compared to an industrialization. Cargill was here and others, more than JBS, BRF, but both companies, just JBS with more than 24,000 collaborators in the state. And this is growing in an important development because it helps us become more competitive in the capacity to produce more and better and with a lower cost over time. So in this journey where the state is growing 6.6% a year, that's a 2023 number, and for this year we have a projection of 5.82% of growth. So this shows that the premise that governors are working off, and Caiado, this has happened in a recurring way, the conviction of the principle that the fiscal balance as the premise is fundamental to get to the number that Mauro was talking about, 18, 17, 20% of revenues for the state, and good projects to attract private investment. This has happened leaving behind often a vision that the private shouldn't or can't participate in good public projects. And Brazil, this has gained a large dimension, which is another big opportunity of investment. In our state, now we're going to auction in the second semester 900 kilometers of highway. Actions in train transportation is necessary to increase competitiveness in a sector that grows in a robust way. And when we think about distribution to the markets in general, specifically with Mato Grosso do Sul, we're looking at Asia via oceanic transportation going through Paraguay and 1,300 kilometers from the ports in the north of Chile. And this gives us an advantage for transportation of exports and also an entry point for new imports by ship to the Asian markets. And this is another great opportunity of investment that we're seeing in our state. And to wrap up, I'd like to say that our environmental asset is also a great opportunity of investment. We can't disentangle the environmental question from the economic question, not just balancing carbon, but biodiversity. In our reserves, we have an environmental law is maybe an example for the entire world and helps us have this edge, this competitive edge. So we're very at ease, and I'm saying this on behalf of the other states present here today too, that each state has been doing its homework with respect to the capacity of investment and the creation of an business environment that's increasingly competitive and attractive, and putting in this line of investments an infrastructure that can support it and support increased competitiveness for anyone who wants to invest. So welcome to Mato Grosso do Sul. Come see our state. Look online for all of the references so that you can better understand the dimension of these opportunities in terms of the areas of production and industrialization and environmental maintenance in a way that only Brazil maybe has. So thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. And just a reminder that we're here speaking to investors, and we have Valor covering this in English under the international Valor section. If anyone wants to share this with their networks, we want to make that available to you. Now I'd like to invite Elder Barbalho, Pará, Governor. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to congratulate Valor Econômico via Fred and Antonio. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with everyone. I'd like to also greet my fellow governors and talk about the satisfaction of being able to participate in this important moment, speaking to global investors and Brazilian investors, and particularly to speak about the opportunities of the state of Pará. The state of Pará is a state that has consolidated its place as a mineral powerhouse in Brazil and a strong contributor to the strategy of food security for our country in terms of cattle, agriculture, increasingly growing and being mechanized at scale, and a logistical position that's very strategic and that places us close to the main consumers of the world and also consolidates our state as a main cluster of the northern Brazilian arch. And from 2019 onwards, we have found, through our decision-making, a new calling for the state, a state that has 75% of its territory in native forest. And we waged the decision that it's important to put the future of our development on green economy in a way that can preserve the forest, but also add value to this forest in a way that we can contribute to preserving the environment and adding value so that live forests can be more valuable than dead forests. And we need to be able to also ensure care for the people of the Amazon. So first step, decrease deforestation, and Pará today is the state that has the largest reduction of deforestation in all the states of Brazil. So we are completely committed with the commitment to reduce deforestation and carbon emissions so that we can zero deforestation in our country. On the other hand, what is the agenda of adding value to that? We launched the plan of development, biodevelopment of our stand that transforms through the investment in innovation and technology, ancestral knowledge, ancestral values to serve as an impulse to the bioeconomy that we envision, and so that we can structure this new agenda. We're talking about cosmetics, pharma, supplies for construction sector, and especially with the native peoples and Afro-descendants of the state. This is a new agenda for the state that involves a consolidation. If we're already strong in mineral commodities and agricultural commodities, now we're besting on the environmental commodities based on the carbon market. And so we created a government structure that is our company of environmental assets of the state. This sets the price of regulated carbon in the state of Pará. From 2017 to 2021, Pará has 156 tons to be commercialized of carbon until 2026. And we've already began this process. Now we are finalizing in June the first round of commercialization of 2 million tons, and every ton sold at $15. This is the highest level of commercialization of jurisdictional credits of carbon based on this strategy. All of this being realized via public entities and private entities. So I'm inviting anyone who desires to enter this carbon market, please come look for the state of Pará and our committee, our management committee, so that we can make this happen. One credit that has integrity, first because it's part of the jurisdictional system. Integrity because it also involves ensuring that the funds that will be raised will also help the indigenous and quilombola communities and family agriculture in the Amazon. And third, because it involves areas that are legally established. And fourth, because funds that are raised by the state cannot be directed to other things that are not the reduction of the deforestation. So we're talking about revenues in the vein and deforestation so that we can ensure sustainability. And last, an important provocation. The state is betting on restoring its degraded areas. Like I said, 75% of our territory is native forests. 25% are anthropized lands. So we would like to restore these areas and change the profile of the use of the soil in these areas. So with what activity? The carbon adds an additional value to that. So our first concession for areas of restoration in Brazil will happen in the second semester, and I'm inviting all of you to be there with us. 10,000 hectares will be open for concession, and this represents in 40 years the reduction and capture of carbon similar to 2.5 million trips, plane trips between Belém and São Paulo. What a plane would do in 2.5 thousand trips is what will be preserved and captured in carbon, only in this first experiment that we're doing of concession. In 40 years, we estimate that we'll have 1.7 billion reais in revenues and an investment of 300 million reais. So it's extremely lucrative with a return on investment that goes from 12% at the most conservative predictions to 16% at the more optimistic predictions, and it creates green jobs, and above everything else, it connects investors to the sustainable development goals. And in this moment of the tragedy in the South, to which I express my solidarity, we have a choice of the opportunities, and we have a choice to see the forest as an opportunity for investment and conciliation between economic opportunity and environmental commitment. And there's no better place to invest when we're talking about environmental investments than the capital of the forest, which will host the COP. So we wanted to thank you very much. Join us. Now I'd like to invite Ratinho Júnior, the governor of Paraná. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet Fernanda, that is hosting us here, and also greet Cachar, Valor Econômico newspaper, and express my appreciation for the opportunity to be here with my fellow governors. And it's a joy to be here and talk about Paraná as an option of investment for the investors that are present here. Paraná is a state that's larger than Portugal in terms of territory and also population. We have an economy that has become the fourth largest in Brazil, with a GDP that's Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia together. And in addition to that, we're a state that was elected 3 years in a row the most sustainable state in Brazil. And OCDE named us as a reference for the world in terms of sustainability. We are the largest generators of energy in Brazil, and 98% of it is clean energy, green energy. Maybe that's one of the largest percentages in the world. In addition to that, we have a big industry of food production, of animal proteins and grains, and we have industrialized all of this to ensure that the added value of the agro can stay in our state to generate income and generate jobs, and selling these products to more than 170 countries that we sell them to. Paraná also became known for having the best public education in Brazil. We were in 7th place, and now we continue to have the best education. We've changed how education has been seen in the last 30, 40 years, instilling an educational model where our students learn about robotics, programming, and we're generating future labor skills for technology companies. Like I announced recently in India, I announced the Tata program, which is going to make Paraná its main hub of logistical support, with 3,000 staffers and getting up to 10,000 in 5 years in this technology area. We're also the second largest auto hub in Brazil, with Volkswagen, Volvo, Caterpillar, and Paraná is becoming an automotive industrial hub. We also produce cellulose and wood from reforested areas. And we're also a logistic hub for South America because of a simple geographic reason. Paraná is in the middle of 70% of the GDP of South America. We connect the south to the southeast of Brazil, which is the largest consumer market. We connect the south to the central area, which is another growing market. And we're also a connector between the southeast, the center-west, and the sul with Argentina and Paraguay. So this consolidation of Paraná as a logistical hub has made it so that, along with the stamp of our sustainability prowess, has meant that we've been able to reduce the public machine. We don't spend a lot of time fighting. We get along. I can speak to legislative. I can speak to Congress. So this creates a favorable environment for the investor. In addition to that, we've built an environment in which we make it easy for those who want to invest in Paraná. So the state shouldn't be a problem for the investor. We've also done important privatizations. We started with Circuntel, which was a telecom company. That was a 300 million privatization. Then we went to Copel Telecom, 2.4 million, and it was a fiber optic company. Then we went to Copel, a privatization that we transformed into a 5 billion real corporation. And then we also did partnerships with the federal government for the Curitiba Airport, Foz do Iguaçu Airport, and Londrina Airport, with 2.8 billion in investments. We also privatized the Vila Velha Park, which is a touristic park, and we did a private-public partnership around sanitation in 129 countries in the area of public health and sanitation. We've also done concessions of 2 out of 6 lots for highway development, more than 2,000 kilometers. And the 2 following lots in November will happen, and that's also an invitation for investors to participate in these concessions, and this will be 6 lots totals. We have also done Ferroeste, which is a train line that connects different cities in partnership with Mato Grosso do Sul. So these are some of the investments that are possible and that we're seeking for our state. We have a political environment that's calm and relaxed because we don't waste time debating ideology. We debate methodology. What does United States and Japan and Israel and France and Germany, what are they doing, and how can we bring that to Paraná? And this has led to our state growing 7.8% according to the central bank, with the unemployment rate that's 4% below, and helping contribute towards the broader national growth. So this is Paraná. Please put it on your radar and consider investments in these sectors that I outlined. Thank you very much, and a good day for everyone.
Now, São Paulo Governor Tarcísio de Freitas, Governor of São Paulo. Good morning. I would like to start by thanking you for the lunch and thank you for the invitation, Maria Fernanda, Valor, Mr. Crachá, to greet, especially Mr. Paulo Torné. I would like to say, to show solidarity with the people of Rio Grande do Sul. I'm sure the governor of that state would be present, but unfortunately has to be serving the population under this calamity, and count on us to help. Rio Grande do Sul and Brazil will be stronger after this. There are a lot of lessons learned, and they will be learned to make us stronger. Brazil is a resilient country. São Paulo is an impressive state. Has an area that's similar to the UK population of Spain. 26% of our population is there. It would be 21st best economy in the world if we were a country, which brings us a lot of responsibility. So we try to bring most investments in little time, and the economic freedom law really brought us a lot of advantages. We were number 26. Now we are first in economy, and we're trying to get rid of red tape. And as a result, and the result came really quick, we could bring more than 300 billion reals investments to the next year's land reforms of bringing a lot of the new laws with the lands, and small settlements can be connected to good investments in storage, irrigation, investments in from groups that really believe in the karmic credit of our country. We have sugar cane that can be transformed in biomass, and we will have second-generation ethanol, sustainable SAF. And, there's so much demand. We cannot even attend to the demand. Hydrogen that will be through the ethanol reform, biomethane, biogas. We have a lot of opportunities that are open. We have a very ambitious program of infrastructure, and we're bringing this program. We had an auction for Rodoanel constructions that were paralyzed, and now will be finalized in 2026. The 17-line construction also was paralyzed, and he restored it. We had an auction of the first initiative of Campinas, São Paulo, rail and passenger rail. And next year, we're going to have auction off Santo São Paulo, and we're structuring São Paulo, São José dos Campos. So we're going to connect the GDP concentration in the state with the passenger rail of medium speed. And we're really transforming our Metro 4. Line 4 is going to go further. Line 5, same thing. Line 2, that'll get to Guarulhos. Lines 1, 2, 3 of Metro, and we're thinking already how we're going to combine the auction of these lines with new lines, such as the 19 line that will go from Anhangabaú downtown to Guarulhos, line 20 that will connect Santa Marina, downtown São Paulo, to the ABC region. So metro rail transportation will grow a lot. So when we're thinking rail, the rail from São Paulo to Campinas, we're already thinking about the airport in Campinas. So we're going to have rail connection from Viracopos from 3 to 3 airports, between 3 airports in the state of São Paulo, different cities. So we have to invest in this. The next auction will be Sabesp. We came here to the U.S. to present our investment portfolio, but everybody only wants to know about Sabesp. It's what people are talking about and the operations that will happen in June. It seemed very complex, and a lot of people said, the timeline is, very short, 375 municipalities, and we have local responsibility. How is that going to happen? But a Monday is going to be the last step, which is a meeting for URAI, where we're going to replace the contract until 2060, and then we'll close off the activities, political and business activities with the House, and the next step is the road show, and then the work itself. I'm sure we're going to fulfill the objectives, which is universalized sanitation, going from 50% of treatment and now to Tietê, to universalizing it. Going from 83% what we collect in the city of São Paulo and get to universalization. The consolidated areas, informal, are not covered by the SEBEPS contract. So there's a lot to be done, and this contract will really makes us happy because we're going to have a legacy. It's impossible to think what we're going to make with more productivity, but it's not going to stop there. And for these investments, we needed to organize the state. So we are reducing costs. We had an administrative reform. We reduced positions, and we're now analyzing economically of each of the benefits, and we're extinguishing what doesn't make sense. We are selling real estate and making concessions so that we can double the state's capacity to invest. So I invite all of the investors. Look at our portfolio. A lot of things are going to happen. PPPs, social, education, housing PPPs. We're investing in partnerships with the private sector, and this will bring a lot of advantages. We're talking about more than 300 billion in investments in the next few years. This is just a preview of what's going to happen, and we have Sebest in June. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Governor. We have challenges, city challenges, and now we're going to have a round to cover 2 cities. We call to the podium the finance municipality secretary. He's going to talk about doing business in the capital of the state of São Paulo. Mr. Luiz Felipe Aureliano, good morning. I would like to thank you for the invitation once more. It's a pleasure to be here at this very important event representing the city of São Paulo, Mr. Luiz Felipe Vidal Arellano, and our Mayor, Ricardo Nunes, Secretary of Finance of the Municipality of São Paulo. One moment, please. Good afternoon. We're going to start the presentation. I would ask you please to sit, if possible, for this presentation. Let's start our presentation. If you can please take your seats. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you so much. The city is large, but we don't have enough time, so I'm going to be succinct because I know you have a full agenda, all of you. So I'm going to start speaking about the traits of the city of São Paulo and the opportunities for businesses in the city for the next few years. We're talking about one of the largest cities in the world, 12 million inhabitants, and with direct influence of more than 22 million inhabitants that live in the metropolitan zone that use services and infrastructure of the city. We're talking about a city that represents approximately 10% of the national GDP, houses more than 2 million companies, and of these companies, 65% of the companies that are part of Fortune 500 have chosen São Paulo city to have their headquarters. So the potential of the city economically is very large. We are also talking about one of the cities that's one of the most connected cities in the country. 99.9% of our territory has fast internet coverage, and in the city of São Paulo we have more cell phones than inhabitants, even though we have a lot of inhabitants. So the city is connected in on all levels. And it's a city where it's easy to make business, to open a company in the city. In average, you wait 2 days, average, because for more simple businesses, low risk for businesses to, from the moment they register the company until they have a company, it's a few minutes. And we're also very hospitable. The service infrastructure and entertainment, also 20,000 restaurants, 410 hotels, 150 theaters, 158 museums, and also we can also rent spaces for business and cultural events. The city is also connected not only digitally, but also when it comes to transportation infrastructure. It's served by more than 10 highways, 3 railways, and 3 airports, with flights that are regional, domestic, and international. So it's a city that's very easy to have businesses at. And we're talking about a city also with the potential, budget potential, that is very large. It's one of the largest public entities in the country, with a budget that is much more than various different state governments. This year we're going to have a budget of more than 110 billion reals, and a great part of this budget is for investments. This year we have a forecast of more than 16 public investments with the municipal treasury, and the credit rating is very high in the city, is identical to the
federal government, and we have a AAA when it comes to debt sustainability, according to statistics. And there are a lot of opportunities for business in our city. I would like to stress a specific opportunity, which is the main investment project for the city for the next few years. We're talking about decarbonation of the bus fleet of the city of São Paulo. As you may know, the city of São Paulo has one of the largest bus fleets in the world, except for China, but it's one of the largest one, definitely of Latin America. And we have by law target to have energy transformation of this fleet of 13,000 buses, and we have other targets, short-term targets, to get to this big target. And to replace these 13,000 buses will be about $35 billion. Part of these funds are already guaranteed by the National Development Bank and IDB and other international funding banks, and we understand that there's a great opportunity for the national, international industries to work with the city of São Paulo for the energy transition, and this will be very important for the whole world. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for your time, and I will be here if you have any questions. You can address me later.
Thank you, Secretary. Now let's hear from Alexandre Vermilli, President of Invest Rio. He'll speak about some of the events that are transforming the city.
O que seria da noite sem as estrelas? E das viagens sem novos destinos? A vida é feita de complementos. Por isso, as melhores companhias aéreas da América do Norte e do Sul se uniram para oferecer um serviço premiado e acesso a mais de 300 destinos no continente. Agora, voando com a Delta ou a Latam Airlines, você conta com os benefícios do Sky Miles ou do Latam Pass, com opções para encontrar o que te complementa. Delta e Latam, destinadas a estarem juntas.
Good morning to everyone. It's a challenge to be the last one, right, Fred? I promise to be quick and objective. I'm Alexandre Vermilli. I'm president of Invest Rio, which is a municipal company responsible for attracting investments into the city. We're a cosmopolitan and global city and capital of events with many opportunities for business. I'm going to follow my card so I don't go over time. We are a reference in several areas of the economy, not just tourism, but we're the capital of oil production, new finances, tourism, creative economy, and education. So as a city, we have a GDP that's larger than 80% of the countries in Latin America as a city. So we have a very strong economy and one that's ready for more investments. We are people, as you know, that is very creative. We have the samba, we have fashion, cinema, music, and also games now. And the Cariocas, the people from Rio, have the luck to study in a group of universities that only our city has. IME, IMPA, Federal University, PUC, UERJ, FGV, IBMEC. These are all higher learning institutions, and there's also UFI. So what happens? When we bring together all of our capacity, our creative potential, with the technical knowledge, innovation comes naturally. So we are the capital of innovation by nature. And our mayor, Eduardo Paes, gave us a mission, which is to transform Rio into the capital of innovation and technology in Latin America. And innovation goes across all of our industries, from biotechnology to new finance. And with other secretaries, we are doing several different projects. Recently, we created the District of Innovation in the port area, which spans from the Museum of Tomorrow to the port. And this has all of the tax incentives to attract technology companies. We also have Guanabara Port, which is a innovation hub, not co-working, that's led by INPA, which is one of the best math universities in the country. This is to attract new unicorns. These are very advanced students working on entrepreneurial technological projects. We also have different projects related to knowledge hubs, internet for everyone, and the STEM model in the public schools. And we also have a regulatory sandbox so that companies can test their products in the city with all of the legal security. So soon maybe we'll be traveling with flying cars in all security. So many of these initiatives are creating results, and we have more than 1 billion reais in investments in the cities. So for all of the entrepreneurs and visionaries here today, I'd like to invite you to come see our opportunities and learn why Rio is the best place to invest, live, and work. Here's a quick visual of our city, and I'll be around to keep the conversation going. Thank you so much.
You already know that Rio de Janeiro is the world capital of joy. But did you know we are one of the most innovative cities on the planet? The first innovation came from the start, a city squeezed between the sea and the mountains. Will it work? It did. We were the only overseas capital of a European kingdom, the first South American city to host the Olympic Games. And we are the soul of the largest country in the Southern Hemisphere. Creativity is in the shapes, symbols, everyday life, and inventions that fascinated the world in the 20th century. Samba, bossa nova, and Brazilian soccer were born here. And now, in the 21st century, Rio is reinventing itself to be the capital of innovation in Latin America. By the way, our continent is the world's new tech frontier, and Rio de Janeiro is at the core of this trend. First, because innovation is in our DNA. Second, because beauty can't hurt, right? And third, because the City Hall is working hard for this, making Rio the simplest and most inviting place of the continent to start a business, simplifying and cutting taxes for technology companies, providing security and advantages to test innovative solutions, training skilled labor for the present and for the future. It is no wonder that technology companies keep coming to the renovated port area, one of the most vibrant zones in the city. This is the area where the largest innovation and education hub in Latin America is being built. It'll bring together startups, investors, and research centers, and host the first undergraduate course from the Institute of Pure and Applied Mathematics, a worldwide reference. We have also created a program to stimulate green economy, launched the plan to attract digital nomads to the city, and Rio de Janeiro residents can now even pay taxes using cryptocurrency. Because of all of this, over the next 6 years, we will host the largest tech event in the world. Thus, in short, the best place in the world to invest, innovate, and be happy is here. And now, Rio, the capital of innovation and joy.
So we've arrived at the end of our conversations between Brazil and the US. Thank you so much for everyone who shared your insights with our participants and for everyone that was with us here in the room or online. And I also wanted to thank our sponsors, so crucial for the realization of this event. I'm sure that all of us share the desire to lead to more development and prosperity and quality of life. I hope we leave this inspired, and I hope this meeting leads to strengthened ties between Brazil and the US, and strengthened ties for peace, innovation, and collaboration. Until the next meeting, good afternoon.